Okay, I'm here. Hello, everyone. I have breakfast though, so maybe we'll watch a YouTube video while I eat breakfast. How's that sound? Hello, everyone. Hello, Womble, Chaotic, Buster. Hope you guys are having a good day. I'm gonna play something on YouTube while I scarf down my breakfast because I'm hungry. Hungry bongy. What we got? I don't know what I want to put on. Chili color, the only stew you need to make this on sentence 2. Okay. I thought that was a cow. That sounds funny. Hi, Beth. BLT got Teletubby fit. How you doing, Best? That actually looks really good. I have an egg bagel. And a little dog in the background. I'm glad a detective just called me back, so the chances of getting my backup just went way up. Woo! I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. I'm good. I'm just eating breakfast. I feel like this video is a bit frame ratey, but I think it's because of the snow. Dude, that's so much snow. I'd be so cold. Mm. Mhm. Mhm. Small but spicy, huh? That looks so cold. I'm like so cold looking at him. Mm. 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 Hi, Sheppy. Mm. Look at that meat, goddamn. Oh, fuck, is that a talking? Hi, I am a talking hot dog. I'm a rot dog. God damn, dude, this stew's gonna be good. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Mm. 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 I'm so glad I'm eating breakfast while watching this. I'm streaking, yippee! I love the streak. Thank you for showing me the streaks. Thank you for the check-in. We're currently eating breakfast and watching a guy make chili Colorado, which is a stew. Flour. I'm having an egg bagel with kimchi. I didn't think about that. You don't want too much flour. I don't know why, but you don't. Oh my god, hi Star! How are you? Yeah. You gotta use a wooden spatula, makes sense. I wish I had a wooden spatula like that. That was a good wooden spatula. Doing good? Class ended early today? Fuck yeah, I was gonna say, you're pretty early in on the stream today. But I'm happy. I love seeing you here. The good Lord seasoned it with some snow, you seen? I was gonna ask if it tastes better in the snow. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, the flour. That makes sense. Love to be here. Well, I love you. Damn. That was it was. I was like, damn, does he script this or does this just come off the dome? Welcome on in, Boffy. We're having breakfast while we're watching an old man make some chili. I'm having a little vibe sesh right now. Yeah, you need a little bit of liquid in those blenders. Or else you could damage the blender. I like that. Something happened. I love this guy. We're subbing to him. Now I want to make a chili now. We're watching an old country man teach us how to make chili Colorado.
Oh, I know this guy.
Yeah.
He good.
He's not. He drops good bars.
He makes a good hash brown.
Oh, he makes hash browns. Ooh, I'm gonna watch that on my birthday and eat hash browns with him.
Like a hash skillet.
Oh, Civil War mac and cheese. Oh my god. I'm not getting anything done today.
I watched that one.
I'm not getting anything done today. I'm just gonna watch this guy. He looks so cold though, because it's like snowing. But he said it's the good Lord is seasoning with some snow, which if you think about it, is not really great because snow isn't really good for you anymore. But
well, where he's living, it's probably fine.
Oh my god, the deer were like, "You cooking up something good?" No work, only food. Yeah, I'm having fun with this. I stumbled upon this guy. Can we like crack it open like a smidge, the big one? Oh! He did a little dance! Chad, he did a little dance! He he does a little dance! Kent Rollins, I wish you were can you be my grandpa? I have no grandpas left. Well, thank you for the streak. Nice, they got the thief on camera. Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah, maybe they can enhance. Zoom, enhance. Ooh. It was like his daughter or something as the camera. That would make a good enchilada sauce.
Yeah.
I want to be a cowboy. I want to be a cowboy like Kent Rollins. He's one of the only true cowboys left in this world. I wonder if he likes Red Dead Redemption. Damn, but who is the third? That's a good question. There would have been a third there would have been another camera. Holy shit. I don't know. I wonder how often he makes these videos. If it's like a once a month thing where he makes something and his whole family like goes out and they all get to eat together. I'm presuming that's what it kind of, I feel like if I were him, that's what I would do, is like a once a month, me and my family get together. They help me do a video and I cook them some good ass food. Look, it's Bertha. That's seasoned with the good Lord Snow. Oh my god, he just put his hand on the pot. That stressed me out. I want to give him a hug. I feel bad. The bitrate's kind of poo-poo because of all the snow. It's like 1080p, but like the snow makes it hard for the camera. Keep an eye on it. Don't forget, keep an eye on it, chat. Damn, boy. That look good. Little puppy. Oh, and he puts it in a white dish for the contrast, ladies and gentlemen. I think the quality's fine. Okay, that's good. I want to see it crisp. I want to be like, I'm looking out my window at him. Yeah, homemade tortilla. Ooh, take a bite. Are you gonna do a little dance? I love this man. He's so sweet. Oh, yes, you're so sweet too, Momo Bean. My cat's like, what about me? Oh, that's one of his favorite meals. Ooh. Damn. Do not scrimp, chat. Do not scrimp. Oh. Yeah, thank you, lady. Oh. 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 Chili soup sounds so good. I know. Especially because it's getting cold. All right. Oh. Oh. I love this man. I love that he has a store. He has a store. Can I buy Cowboy Kid Rollins merch? Cast Iron Cowboy? What's this? Mondays on the outdoor channel. So this, I think, is his daughter or something? Daughter-in-law, maybe? Imagine being old and finding out you can make money cooking meat in the woods as long as someone films it. What a world. When it's chilly, that's how you better get chilly inside. In your belly. Yeah, dude, this is great. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's on TV. Dude, this guy's on TV. Dude, he's on direct TV. This guy's crazy. He's on Dish. You can watch this man on satellite TV. This guy is famous. Come on, you gotta have like, come on. I want like merch. Hi Pixels. He's got merch. I want apparel. What? The what? The whoosh the whoosh sauce. Oh my god. Bro, Cowboy K is my dad for real, dude. This is great. Oh my god, I just want to watch. Bruh, he is Red Dead Redemption. Oh god, dude. Dude, I love this guy. Cast Iron Cowboy. Is that his channel name? No, it's Kent Boy Roll. Okay, Kent Rollins. Where he's got Instagram. He needs to get TikTok. I'd watch his stuff on TikTok. Can't get full on fancy. What does that mean? We're gonna have to watch more. He's got a cookbook. What's his best sellers? His seasonings. I love that his face is on this. Mesquite. Oh, this is the spatula he was using. I want this. It's $20. Recipes. Oh my god. Wait, is the upside down pizza, cast iron recipe. Oh my god. What do you the chili Colorado should be on here then. Huevos rancheros, bro. Please, man. Oh, mashed potatoes. Latest recipes. Circle El Ranch's cowboy cookies. I can't Roland's recipe cooking. Dude, I wish. I want. Dude, I would on God make. Chopped up original jerky. Bro, I don't want to buy jerky. Chicken, beef jerky is expensive. Yeah, but Kent don't need to be on TikTok. He needs to be on Twitch. He does. But I understand, like, there's a quality from making, like, long form videos on YouTube that you can't get from live streaming it. So I get if he's kind of like I'd prefer to, like, you know, keep it as edited content, because there could be a lot of bread pudding. I want me some bread. Should I get this man my account with Barley the Burr? Who's Barley the Burr? Copy. Should I up the amount that you can redeem for? I'm gonna just do it. I'm not asking. I'm just gonna do it. This is like the last week of October, so reward, power up and channel points. I'll make it 6 instead of 3. I'll make it 6. You get quadruple the chances. Edit. You get 6. He's a funny guy. Oh, that's crazy. The RNG gods are not on your side. There, I made it 6. They are not on his side. No. As Star looks down from their throne. Oh, sweet potato pie. Sweet potato pie. Yo. Sweet potato pie. Oh my god. Freeze the butter for 30 minutes before adding to flour. Oh, I wouldn't make a homemade crust though. I'm too lazy. Brown sugar whipped cream? God damn, brother. Okay, stick of butter, 3 sweet potatoes, 1 pie crust. Light and dark brown sugar. Interesting. We have most of this stuff. I could actually, next time I go to the store. Can't please let me in. I don't even think I don't think he cooks inside. I don't think he like cooks outside. So I think, you know, everybody's welcome. But on stuff that he does, and it takes 4 times as long just to use a fire. Yeah, makes sense. Coffee cake. Ooh, Cajun dirty rice, bro. Oh! Once a day. I think once a day we should watch this guy. we need to get knowledged, you know? We need to get knowledged. And I think once a day we should watch his videos. I want to see his very first video. What is his very first video? How long has he been on YouTube for? Oh, he has shorts. He has shorts. Poor Pixels. Poor Pixels. Oh, they make donuts? He made homemade donuts, bro. We're gonna watch all his videos every day. Can somebody keep me in check to make sure I watch one video a day? At least, bro. Hi, Shadow. Welcome on in. I want to see his very first video. I love this. 8 years ago, 20. How long ago was that? There's a cowboy prayer video. I found a jalapenos. Try catch ring off my head. He is. Hold on, we'll listen to that song after I find what his first video is. 16 years ago. Hold on, Mom. Let's watch this. Oh, this is a square video. Oh, was there a cowboy sushi one? I would never trust something called cowboy sushi. It gives off the same about Rocky Mountain. That's valid. I took all the Oh, look, he little baby boy. Oh, he's so young. Oh, his dogs are so young. Whoa. I guess like 16 years ago is like a while. Like he could have gone from like fucking like 30 to 40s essentially. Why was it removed? Oh, so this is like a review. This is like a review on the cooking camp. 16 years is forever. That was the age I went when I first went camping. Yeah. 2009, dude. I was a baby. So when did so when did he start making cooking videos? Chicken fried steak. So did he already start? Official chuck wagon of Okla. Damn. Wait, he's been cooking on that chuck wagon for 21 years, right? And it's been 16 years since he's been cooking off that chuck wagon for 37 years. God damn, bro. God damn, this is like a little intro about him. This is like no editing. This is just like... God damn. God, grill. And then you kind of see... Oh, and then he did some home cooking. No, this is tips for cleaning and seasoning and cast iron. If there's ever a meet and greet, you should be at his wagon. That's what I'm saying. Good equipment last 5 ever. Yeah, dude. Chopped Grill Master episode 4 Kent Rollins. What the fuck? And then this is like where he started experimenting with the food being on the image. And then it's like him. Refried green egg roll. And then he did it. Cowboy sushi. Oh, it's instead of fucking... Instead of rice and seaweed, you use like beef. That's crazy. That's funny. I like that. It was right easier with this trick. My top 5 tips for a cast iron. Knife sharpener. Dutch oven cornbread. Homemade tortillas. Dude. I'm so happy. Oh my god, all that protein, I know, right? Fried pickle. Crispy fried catfish, bro, knows the way to my soul. Mini pot pie. Poor man's lobster. Foolproof prime rib. What is this? What is this? Chef terms to cowboy translations. How good water? He's trying to keep his hat with it. Oh, he's so cute. A thick sauce caramelized. Believe me, when you're outside like that, your stomach doesn't have room for anything without calories. No, that's valid. No, they're trying to change him. I don't think they're trying to change him. I think they're trying to see his perspective on words. Okay. Oh, he's gonna think of the lizard, huh? I love that. It's not really him translating as more as like it's his how he understands the words. Oh, I love this guy. This guy's great. This guy's great. Every time we eat on stream, we're just gonna watch his videos. That's just how it is now. That's just how it is now. I can't. He's just part of our life now. Where is it yesterday? I have something on my sleeve. Alrighty. We gotta get into working. A banger alert. Yeah, Pixels want us to play this. Alright, I have to get to do a little bit of work today, and then we will... Can't wait for the video on him. I know. I'll put him in happy talk, because that made me so happy. This guy made me so happy, bro. Cowboy Kent Rollins. Let me write that down. Oh, let me write that down. He's not gonna be on TikTok, but... make me happy regardless. Cowboy Kent Rollins. That is such a cowboy name too. Like he has got such a cowboy name. Alright. I want to change this to a burning ring of fire. Down, down. Hello, Kiwi. Welcome on in. How you doing today? I hope you're doing well. We just watched Cowboy Kent Rollins cook us some food. He even prayed for us a little bit. It was very nice. Hello, Robo. Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're doing well as well. Let's see. Key points about us. Core members. Supporting members. Okay. Hello, Rhino. Oh my god, look at everybody coming on in. Welcome on in. Base. Oh, normal text. Normal text, cool. A fire. This is a subheader. Subheader style. Ring of fire. Thank you for the check-in, everyone. I hope you guys are having a lovely day. I need to eat my meds. I need my meds. And drink some water. If you haven't drinking water today, please drink some water to make sure you're staying hydrated. Cowboy Kent Rollins will tell you the importance of water, that's for sure. My boss told us that he used a call center calculator to figure out how many people we should have to handle all our work. Guess how many people were short after finally getting full staffed? 5. That's my guess. Ken Rollins inspired Trant model win. I would just put a cowboy hat and then a mustache on. I think that would be my plan. If I were to do that. Oh, fuck. This got fucked. Next. Do I want this centered like that? Yeah, I think it gives it a little bit more breathing room. I think this could be scooted up a little bit, though. 15! Jesus Christ. So, do they understand that you're being overworked, then? If that's the case? $15. We also only have 15, so that's like doubled. That's so unfortunate. I'm sorry, Kiwi. Three of us are still in training too. God damn. What do they expect from you guys? You're just a dentist office. God damn. Subheader. I think those ones are fine because they're like, we're 45 office. What does that mean? Alright, and then separate headers, accurate as of October 22nd needs to be moved up. Because I moved that, it is down here. Shop 45, hyperlink, change. I think it's this one, who is enshrined 4. Instead of HP Lovecraft, we wanted to do Dredge. And then I accidentally removed these. Which I need to scroll up and grab the links for again. This is the Magnus Archives, which is this one. Oops. Insert hyperlink, this one. Style, this is a URL. Okay, and then I want this to be underlined, and then the old gods of Appalachia. Hi Daedalus! Welcome on in. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a good week. No. Okay, actually, undo. Okay. hyperlink. Cool. Blue underscore. That's good. We changed that. Okay, so separated header, accurate as a tolerant. So the last thing we just need to do is make sure that we have the right shot. Can't believe Halloween is this week. I know! It's not fair! It's not fair! I want Halloween to be forever! I want October to be 2 months long. We don't need, I don't know, what's a month we don't need? What month do you guys want to eject and make October 2? October 2. Hey, I'll blow my nose. One second, I gotta mute my mic to do this. May? Okay. That'll be mid Halloween. Mid-October. Maytober is actually October, but part 1. Okay. Yes, shot 45, and then I also need to replace. I need to actually replace this image right here because we use it somewhere else, so I have to replace it. Enshrined resources. Which ones haven't I used? She a devil, she a bad little bitch, she a rebel. Okay, I have to go look for images. Feel like Mark no. We use that one. Okay. Oh, you know what? We didn't ever use the Nogla Tower, actually. We didn't use the Nogla Tower in any of the headers, so we will use the Nogla Tower in one of them. Ooh, she a devil, she a bad little bitch, she a rebel. For me to settle. She a bad little bitch, she a rebel. I like it, I like it. Fuck, okay. I don't like that docked. Dock tools. Get that over here. And then I need shot 45. I have the PSD for that one. Trailer. PSDs. Nope. Okay. Hi, Fruit Bat. Welcome on in. Who worked on that? This one? I think it's actually in here. Nope. No. Yes. No. No. That's in here, isn't it? Yes, there you go. 44, 45. 45. House treatment's good. We're just kind of getting into it. We haven't done anything crazy yet. Just kind of doing nothing for work, and then we're gonna do some art for a little bit because I want to get. Let me highlight them because I can't finish them all every day, but I can chip away at them because we had quite a few more donators than I thought we would for the stuff. So we're gonna do. I think we'll do 3. So I want to get them done this week. Oh my god. I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Okay. Whoops. Okay. Okay, there we go. I will do kiwis. And then I will do foxes today. And then Wednesday we will do Knox. And then this one. And then Thursday we can do these ones. Yeah, because we'll just do... Thursday we'll just do this. We won't have any work to do, hopefully. And then, did we make the... We did. We did. We had an anonymous gifter at the end give us that last 40 to reach that 500 goal. So thank you guys so much. We reached $500, which is fucking crazy. But yeah, we did it. It's... So... I want to make sure I get through all the emotes for everyone. I think I got everyone on the list. If I forgot you, please, 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 please let me know. And I think I got everyone on the list. Boop. Get in there. I'm gonna just whoop. And then I'm gonna rasterize it. I'm gonna copy this guy. A lot of BLT plushie draws today, it seems. Yes, BLT is very popular today, it seems. There we go. Alright, I think that's everything, so I will save this. Close this. I will not save this, because I just needed that final image. This needs to get turned off. Yes, it does. Cool. Alright, save. And then we're going to export. Continue. PDF export. Enshrined. Okay. Also, exciting news. I'm getting most of the shit done for the Minecraft server. I only have like a few more food mods, and then it goes to the compatibility mod, which I have really no reason as to thinking as it wouldn't just work. I think the only things I have to test are resource packs, because I don't know if I want to use the reimagined one, because I really like the reimagined animals. But I don't know if it'll work for our version of Minecraft. It should with its recent updates. And also I have to check one thing, because it wasn't working last night with the most recent update to passive skill tree. So I'm wondering if he updated it at all. I feel like probably not. Make sure you don't have any compatibility mods for mods you have removed. I will check that. August 3rd. No, okay, cool. Let me check that right now, actually. Let me check. EMI, Naturalist, Apothic, Aquarius, Supplementaries, Occultist, Catalysm, Compliment Capabilities. That one's fine. I think these are all okay. Oh, I say access all the Occultist, relics. Yeah, I think a lot of the mods that we ended up removing were optimization mods, which didn't have compatibility mods in the first place, so. Alrighty. And then this, and then this, and then downloads, and then this guy will go here. And then we close this guy, and now I'm gonna go to art. Oh, Moira's taking the lead again. And we're gonna do a new post. Oh, a new post, and we gotta do. Oh, we have to do this on Twitter first because it doesn't want to copy stuff in a way that I like sometimes. This one. I have gotten 4 Moiras now. You have the monopoly on Moiras right now. You have the monopoly on Moiras. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Richmond. Wait. Oh, I think it's because they're on Blue Sky now, which makes sense. If I say, oh, I always feel like somebody watching me. Cat Cartel. This one should be done uploading. Alrighty. Ooh, my body is cold right now. I just need to wrap my blanket around myself. I'm just lazy. I feel like somebody's watching me. What is up with my computer? Why can't I click stuff? Is my mouse okay? Yeah, there we go. Okay. We are starting with Kiwi. I'm gonna start with this one. Save as Kiwi. And the video. No, it would be in our projects 2D art. I need to make like a Kiwi specific thing at this point with how many times I've drawn Kiwi. I think it's in here. Community doodles. Nope. Chibi December. Yeah, there we go. There's my Kiwi. Boop. Always feel like somebody's watching me. Promise me, oh. Always feel like watching me. Alright, and then skin. Ooh, and I can make you custom ears too. Does everybody get custom ears after this point? Let me look at the list. Nox won't. I think Nox has normal ears. Let me look at. Scrolling. Cause I don't know where the fuck things are in my DM sometimes. Read. I have to read names. It's important for me to read the names, because if I don't read the names, then I don't know words. Fox has custom ears. I think Buster has normal ears. Nobody's watching me. I think. Technically, no ears are shown, so it'll depend on how I can draw the hair. Also, it doesn't show ears as well. No promise. Oh. And custom ears. Cool. Damn, everyone's just pulling Moira now. Y'all complained about the BLTs, and now it's just Moira. I always feel like somebody's watching me. Alright, I get Moira every day. It's because she loves ya. I gotta fix my chair, and I have to fix my blanket because I'm cold. Alright. And I am now tucked in like a little babushka into my chair It'll be really annoying to have to try to leave my chair. So hopefully I don't have to leave my chair for a little while. Oh, did I fuck up the cushion? I did, fuck. Hey, you got me, you? Got me, you, though. At least you didn't get Moira again. Alright. Sorry, I'm like struggling. Alright, we're good now. Okay. Save. Listen. Beggars can't be choosers. Okay. Actually, I could have just used this one too. Candy. Listen, I don't get to choose the odds. The odds come to me from other people doing the math. Made you have like droopy ears. Thank you for the cheek pap. Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. For the head pass, thank you. This whole dog appreciates it. I like the sandwich VTuber now, thank you. I'm a little hot dog. I'm a little hot dog today. Ooh, I don't like that. Okay. There we go. And then, whoop. I don't know why it did it like that, but okay. Oh, well, also welcome in S'more. I love the name. I love your name. Very nice name. I don't know, did I make Mew's inner part of her ear the same color as her, like, skin, technically? I did. Okay, cool. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Like that, I think, is how I would do that. And then let me grab the ear. The ear. And then put it down here. Flip it, take this, put this in here. Take this and put this in here. There's like a little bit of oh wait. Close curve. There you go. And now the hand. And this. I think I'll just use this color. Yeah, I like that. I don't know if I had made it last time I was here or not, but I had some butterscotch. You gonna share? Are you gonna share with the class, maybe? I want some. Can I have some? I'm back. Went and made food really quick. I see we have moved on to the emojis. We have. What'd you get for food? What did you get for food? I want to know. I love food. Food and me, we're pretty close. Alright, so we have that, and then, because it's the left ear, it's gonna be that, and then we should do the eyes. I got ravioli! Ravioli! What's in the pocket only? If we're talking about food, I had a BLT. You had a BLT? A whole BL and T? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Do this color, and this color is the lighter color of Kiwi's eyes. And then I make it like a brown, but I make it like a dark brown is how I do eyes. And this becomes the dark brown as well. Or a lighter brown, I guess. So cute. Very cute. Thank you for the boob. I look naked. You do look naked. You do look a little naked. But we're gonna fix that in a minute. Oops. Money the fuck? I think I want it like a dark brown. I think that looks nice. Yeah, I like that. And then I don't make people's eyebrows different colors, do I? Not really. I think it because it stands out better against like the hair and stuff. Okay. All right, time to get sketching because we got all the base colors down. So I'm just gonna take this and put this in a group and I'm gonna lock it. Do you think 6'8" is afraid of their more famous siblings 6'9" and 6'7"? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Constant complex issues with that one. Alright, let me get my brush. My pen. I kind of want to have your bangs start here so that way it kind of looks like it. At least, I need a different color. Okay. So at least it kind of looks like it makes sense. Okay. I don't like that curve. Okay. That curve and me aren't friends right now. The Grim Reaper! Wow, that's the rarest pull of today, I think. Damn it. It's okay, Shadow. I don't think you've pulled 6 times today, have you? I upped the pull amount to 6. So you guys can pull 6 times a day. My god, my tablet is cold, my shoulders are cold, about to piss me off. And Kiwi's got this. Oh yeah, I really gotta get these all done. Maybe I'll do a few more. Maybe I'll do Nox's today too. Hold on, let me look at this because I really want to get these done for everyone before Halloween. So yeah, let's do. I just don't want to be doing 2 of one person in a day, so we'll do. I know that kind of goes against the order, but it would make my brain feel happier because I don't. It's hard for me to draw the same character multiple times. Like if I did, like, doing, like, 2 Kiwis and 2 Noxes is a little bit much for my brain because of the repetition of character. So I can only do, like, 2 samesies a day, if that makes sense. It's like how it is with me in, like, video games as well. I can't, like, for example, most times when I play, like, shooter FPSs, my loadout doesn't stay the same. It changes, like, every other game because I can't stay still. I don't know how I want to do that side of your hair yet. I don't know how I want to do this part of your hair, though. Over a bit. This is Thriller Night. Thriller Night. And then like that, and then yeah, I like that. And then I want to just take this and change this a little bit so it's like here. I just need 2 more plushies. Woo! Woohoo! This is Thriller. I forgot you also have the feather. So let's do this here. And then we'll take it down. then we got your little braid. Just kind of forms into your... Well, I want it to come out a little bit more, and then... And we got this bead in your hair. And then in between the hair, I want to do your fluffy. I can't see that because it's too dark. Let's just do this color. It's like this. I'm gonna stop breaking up my lines when I sketch so much. It's easier for my brain when I have cleaner sketches. And then we have this one. We'll go like this. I think I might make it a bit fluffier. So it goes up like that. Boop. Is there a way to check what yes, do X1 BB set 1. There you go. And I'll tell you how many you have. Boop. And then how do I do? I might make it like this because the strap is like a little bit weird here. And then I'll do like the top. And then like this. And then you have your necklace. Boop, 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 boop. And then you have your earring, which this one is circle with this, and then a circle, and then you have your feather, which goes this way, and then this, boop. Kind of want it to look angled, so it's like this. And then it's got a notch in it, like that. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's good for this sketch or this one. Okay. I have to go back into babushka mode. I'm cold. Might fuck with my face tracking a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna do the hair that goes behind first. Boop, 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 boop. Thank you for the head paps. The only bad part about it being like colder now is like I want fresh air in my office while I stream, but like the air is so cold and it makes me cold, and my window's only cracked like a little bit. But I don't want to close it because if I close it, my office is gonna get stuffy. When Juliet, let's get you one of those new age air purifiers that work on vibes. What the fuck does that mean? What is that? Kind of sounds cool. I kind of want one. How does that look? Yeah. Oh my god, Kiwi, you be looking cute. Kiwi, you're kind of cute. I think I'm getting better. I'm getting thanks to not only thanks to like the artist that lets me use their bases, but like I think I'm just kind of getting I'm honing in on the style that I like, which I think is like kind of cool. This has got to go on top. Boop 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 boop. Like this. And this one like this. This one like this. What's this? Himalayan salt lamp diffuser? What the fuck? Discover the perfect blend of natural healing therapies and modern design. What the fuck? Dude, Himalayan salt lamps are so funny to me, dude. I just feel like I end up wanting to lick it. And then if I like it, it becomes a snack, you know? And I don't think that's gonna be good for my tummy. Himalayan salt lamps and me we're acquaintances. But we don't really know each other, you know? Those are cow thoughts? It looks quite lickable. And, like, I've seen, like, pink salt in the store and stuff. It irritates your nose so you think that something good is happening? What? So it makes me feel like I want to sneeze and therefore think that something good is about to happen? Whenever I feel like I'm about to sneeze, it makes me think someone's talking shit, though. Yeah. There we go. I think that's fine. Yeah, because then I can cover that little bit that I'm not getting. There's a link between sneezing and the big O. Oh! Oh, I see. Interesting. Don't know. No, that may make sense. I mean that that could be a good mental correlation of why one would think something good's about to happen. You know, to be honest, to be completely fair. I think it's kind of fair. Also forgot that Kiwi had another part to his bang. Oops. Pavlovian sneezes is crazy. Can't believe my eyes. How can it gotta be? Okay. Okay, so now I have to go under here. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, 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 good boogie man. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I want to redo this differently. I gotta draw. You draw some good femboys. I think I just draw good girls. I like drawing girls. And your character's rather feminine, if I'm completely honest. Like, I was gonna draw... This space is also rather feminine, to be fair. Because if you look at, like, shadows... It's pretty femboy. But... yeah. I think that's just it. I'm a goblin. I become gender. You morph gender to your will. I understand. I think I want to do this one a little bit up more. I think I made this part a little too... maybe not, actually. Oh, you know what? I see what I did wrong. Not that. This. Off. Oh, my goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Hello, everybody! Welcome on in. How's it going? How was your stream? Let me get in here really quick. Sorry, my stuff isn't working. Ah! No! My hot dog outfit. No, come with me, hot dog outfit, please. It's my safety suit. Welcome on in, everybody. Strip Brave Raid. Welcome on in. Thank you, Neil Malay, and thank you, Lady Ace and Michael Fluffster for the follow. Hello. Goof Panda, thank you for the follow. Hello, how was your stream? Did you have a good time? Totally not nervous. Hi, love your stuff, by the way. You know me? Love you. You're so cool and amazing. Warrior Luna 96, thank you for the follow. I see a goober. I boop ya. Thank you. Ayo, showing the dog. Yeah, it's our Halloween costume. I was a zombie, but then I remembered that every year I dress up as a hot dog. Actually, it's been every year for some reason I dress up as a hot dog. So that's who we are. Well, welcome on in, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. Of course. Oh my god, you're so cool, guys. My celebrity crushes in chat, guys. Oh no, Raid left without you. No, it's okay. I know that you came from the raid. Oh, welcome on in, everybody. If you need to go raid and res, because I know streaming can take it out of you, feel free to. Your health is the most important to us here at the Milk Club. But otherwise, I hope you enjoy us as we draw donators for the safety we need. Look, it's my safety suit. And Anxious Mom, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you enjoy the time here. But yeah, we're just drawing donators. We did a thing with Gamers Outreach last week, and so I'm catching up by doing drawing people's. But welcome on in. Thank you guys for the check-ins. I hope you enjoy your little membership cards. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. It means a lot. She showed us that you featured us in very. It's just that's something I like to do. I like to shout out VTubers that I think are really cool. You know, it's a worthy cause. It's a worthy cause, in my opinion. Thank you for the welcomes. We doing good. Made some new oh yeah. I saw the I know one of them is like the spooky like blood red candles. They looked really cool. Do you? I don't know if you mind me asking. Probably a silly question that I probably could just look up. What do you use to animate it? Cause like I've been thinking honestly that I kind of want to look into it just a little bit. Moonlight Echo, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Cause like I have a stinger that I want to do, but like I don't know, it's been giving me ideas of other things that I want to try. But yeah, oh, hot dog Nom. You're welcome to Nom. If you're hungry, I taste like, if you ever had a Costco hot dog, I feel like I taste like a Costco hot dog. I can't speak. I cannot speak. I feel like I should have curved that. Because now it kind of looks like a sideburn. But welcome on in, everybody. Thank you again, Nome, for the raid. It means a lot, and I'm glad that you liked the video. But yeah, feel free to like hang out and be a goob with us as I figure out how to make this. I use Toon Squid. I love it so much. It's a one-time. Oh, but it's only for Apple iPad. No, Apple iPad's taking all the cool fucking But that's valid. No, I'll definitely write it down because I do want to save up to get like an Apple iPad at some point. Just because like even like the program that I'm currently using now for art, has like I have like a perpetual license for this program, and it gives me access to its app, and the app is only on Apple. Happy Animation Day. Happy Animation Day. Hello, Lude. Welcome on in. But yes. Thank you for letting me know. But yeah, love your stuff. I hope you get to always do what you love because you're amazing, and I love you. Tee. I like that. That's a good. That's a scary but good emo. Thank you for the head pat. I'm just a goob. I'm getting a new truck today. Nice. What kind of truck you getting? I don't know a lot about trucks, but I hope it's a good one. I've been vibing and lurking. I'm working on art prompts for next year. It was nice meeting you too. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you enjoy your art prompts. I hope you make a good art prompts that make you inspired. Ooh, a 2019. Very nice. Ads. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the ads. I didn't see it. I could have delayed them. Shit. They were glad to find and raid you. That means a lot. Thank you, Nome. Be sure to lurk in your stuff more actively because I love your stuff. Oh, my old truck broke down, so I went to the dealer and they gave me a good deal. Yeah, I remember. Oh, wait, before I go, can I draw? I would be honored if you drove me. I will be so honored. You have no idea. I would be so honored if you drew me. I'm just a little guy. Niffy BT, thank you for the ball. Yeah, you could draw me. Anybody can draw me. Draw me is whatever. Draw me. Are you a hot dog? Yes. I'm a hot dog. Hello, nice meeting you. After raiding into stream with Naomi, I would decide to go. Thank you! That means a lot. Thank you. I'm dedicated here. I'm here every single day. Never quit. My mission here is to be a comfy goober. Thank you for the lurk. To be a comfy goober. And to make videos on other VTubers that I love very dearly. Every single day for the rest of my life. I have 2 more days till my project might pay off. Woohoo! I'm excited for you. Hey, I am. I'm gonna drop a lurk and find some grub. Happy arting. Thank you. I hope you have really yummy food that make you really happy. I wish I thought of it sooner, but the missing person milk carter would be perfect. Oh. What are you talking about, Kiwi? Kiwi? Kiwi, what do you mean? Do you mean like for your Oh, fair. I thought you were talking about for like the check-in cards, because honestly, that could kind of be a banger too. But also would be kind of weird because I'd be saying that you're missing when you're like, it's like the check-in is the opposite of being missing in a way. So yeah, ew, I'm sorry. I wish I could control what ads. I feel like it'd be nice. Thank you for the check-in, Yomi. I feel like it would be nice. Would be ironic, yeah. I'm back from hell. Want to see something neat? I do. I'd love to see something neat. I love neat things. What was I gonna say? Yep, I forgot it. Oh, it would be cool if we could pick as streamers what kind of ads we could have. I think that'd be nice. I like the cards, but if you did change it to punch cards, would fit too. Punch cards would be good, but then I'd have to like animate it. That is neat. I agree. That is neat. A little spooky, but I like it. I like spooky. We like spooky here. Boop. Gib. Oh, I realized in the excitement I forgot to do an introduction, but hi, my name's Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow on all my socials. I'm a goofy goober with a big heart and a little brain, so if you want someone to hang out with, I'm your gal. Would you, though? Probably in a very jank way, yeah. I probably wouldn't do the whole, like thing punching it, but I probably would, like, do something. Like a little stamp. Probably like a stamp kind of thing. I just made a fireman double cheeseburger sandwich between... That sounds amazing! Are you gonna share that? Are you gonna share that with the class? Oh my god, Crimbo! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! It is Crimbo. Oh my god, first it was Nyome, and now it's Crimbo. I'm gonna shit my pants. Who are you people? Thank you for the alert, Crimbo. You have a brain? There's more than one. That's one more than Nyome's entire community. I eat brains. Hold on, I gotta make a meme. I gotta de-stress by making a meme. Who are you? I need this. Oh, wait. Sorry to starve you then. It's okay. It's okay. Love you, Crimpo. Screams. There's so many cool people that are in my chat. I don't know if I can do it. I just need like an image. Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain. No, 2K. I'm just gonna flashbang myself really quick. I wish I could change the default background that's in here, but I don't know how. Thank you for the cheek pat. Oh, I have the perfect emote for this too, but I have to flip this. It's gonna look a little weird. She has a brain. It's just running on minimal settings like Windows 3.1 in safe mode. We love safe mode though. Safe mode is good though. We like safe mode. Oops. Emotes. Art. This one. And then I need a text box that says, "Who are you people?" And then we gotta do it in the typical meme font. I don't know. Does this fit? Is it like two? No, that's one. Okay. And I'll just take a screenshot of this and call it a day. What is... It's the Proxima Nova, I think. Elemental P. Proxima Nova bold. And then we flip, and we make this white. And we womp, and womp, and womp. And then because I'm lazy, I'm just gonna take a screenshot. I'm just gonna put this in the fridge. Who are you people? It's just me. It's just me in my memory. Let's face it, if she was this cute and adorable with smart, she could be. That's true. I mean, aw, thank you. I was focusing on the national threat part. I think I could be a national threat. It's crashed. Okay, hold on. Export. Ignore and continue. Okay, I want the enshrined. Okay, so 192 preview export when complete. All pages. Unsupported downsample above 192. Bilinear. Use DPI. Allow JPEG progression quality 90. PDF Acrobat 8. RGB. Badabadoo. Convert image color space. Honor spots over pinpoints. Include hyperlinks. Include watermark. Do not include layers. And then export. We are your people now. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, that's so nice. That's so nice. Thanks so much. And I should threat with how stinky you are. Oh! Listen, just because I'm a rot dog don't mean I stink. Well, what does an old hot dog smell like? What does, an old hot dog smell like? Hot dog water? Why are you calling me hot dog water? From experience, not good. Oh. Bad hot dogs may have a sour, rancid odor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I might smell a little bad. I'm a cute rot dog though. I'm a cute rot dog. So it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad. Re-exported with triple checked settings. Stimky. I'm sorry. I'm stimky. I could be a not rot dog. I could be normal dog. There, now I'm just a caco hot dog. I won't go in the trash can. Okay, I won't be rot dog for a little while. We'll air it out a little bit. Is that okay? We'll air it out a little bit, and then we'll hopefully have the rotting of the dog not smell so bad. No, my dirty, my tutor. What the fuck, my dirty water dog? Over the head pat. This goes down here. Let's do. I'm a hot dog. Rubba dubba doo, rubba dubba dee. I'm gonna call my BF my dirty water dog. Yeah, do it. Do it. I think it'll be good. It's a good test of the relationship if you can call your significant other a dirty water dog. If you don't hear from me, I'm dead. Aye, aye, Captain. Who can say where the road goes, where the wind blows? Oh, can beat. You probably won't get beat. You probably get some looks though. I guess bigger. Kiwi needs a bigger thingy. I forget what it's called. I just call them flipties. Need a bigger flipty. All right. We have that. I also want to make a line here. That doesn't look that crouch. There you go. It'll be your like little hairline. And then this can go in here as well. Rip Jenny. It's Chippy. Anyways, well, we're just drawing. I think everyone's just kind of vibing today. Some people are still at work, I think. I got hit with a boot. No! No! How could they hit you with a boot? Rude. I think most people are just like at work right now, I think. So they're just lurking. How would you react if Pixels called you a buffoon? I feel like you'd cry. Full honesty, if he called me a buffoon, I'd probably call him full honesty, a big old bitch. A big old bitch. That, or I would probably make fun of his dyslexia. Yeah. I'm gonna be completely honest. That is my complete honest answer. Duke it out now. Why are we fighting? But wait, why are we fighting? I haven't said anything yet. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, now we need this color, dark, saturating it and darken it. We need entertainment. Are you not entertained by me drawing? I think me drawing is pretty entertaining. Ooh, I don't like how this part sits. Boop. I'm gonna close the curve. Yeah. Pixels, you're a buffoon while crying. At least I can read, you big old bitch. True. True. Based on how you read some messages, I think you might have this. Moonlight! Moonlight, you've been here for 5 seconds! 5 seconds! That reminds me of a meme that Pixels made. Hold on, I gotta show you guys that meme again. I cry. Where is it? It's this one. It's this one. Chat, you should read all of that. Elaine, I already read all of that. Chat, that was the first sentence. But what about the second sentence? I've been here for almost 100 streams and Moonlight is correct. Whoa! See, you said my name wrong. I'm right. Echo, listen. I'm calling you Echo from now on. Listen. Listen. I have no rebuttal. For as I am just a sentient hot dog. You know? What guys, you wanna can we make a hot dog VTuber model? Chad doesn't forget she has a redeem to read story. Shut up. Echo is preferred and I'm listening. Okay, cool. I'm a sentient hot dog, man. What do you want from me? I've got nothing. Elaine can't read because she reads too fast, so the result is that Elaine's brain dumb. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I remember, too. I remember specifically in 3rd grade, them pulling us out into the side hall and being like, okay, you have to read this. What does it say? And I would read too fast. And they told me you should read slower. And I told them, no, that's silly. Why would I read slower? Yep, that's it. That's the whole story. Don't worry, 90% can't read or spell good. I'm in that 90%. This is true. This is true and somewhat valid. Okay, so how do I... This song makes me think of the movie There Will Be Blood, and it makes me think about I drink your milkshake. I drink your milkshake. I don't know if anybody knows that movie. It's a good movie, though. It's a little bit off. Boop, boop. 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 Huh? Give Elaine structure would be funny. Good idea, BRB. No! No! Would you watch some trauma movies like Toxic Avenger, A Kabuki Man? Is trauma, are you saying trauma like it's trauma and you're misspelling trauma? Or do you mean trauma like that is the name of the director? Thanks. Killing would be perfect. Thanksgiving would be perfect soon, though. What? It's the director. Okay. You got me real confused there for a hot 10 seconds. Not saying that I'm not still kind of confused, but yeah, I'm down. I like movies. Oh, goodness. Okay, hold on. Hold. Oh, I already had nobody open. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay. Brisk, brave... Oh, God.
Brisk, brave brigaders brandish broad, bright blades, blunderbusses and bludgeons, balancing them badly.
Okay. He can do it, I can do it. Brisk, brave... Brigaders. This word is hard. I didn't know that was a word. Okay, sorry. Brisk, brave brigaders brandish broad, bright blades, blunderbuss and bludgeons, balancing them badly. Smile. Can't say that regularly anyway. Listen, brigaders is a hard word. The sixth sheep's sick. Haha, I did it. Below lane, you're supposed to say tongue twisters quickly. No. Faster. Faster. No. Okay, maybe just once. I'll do one. That's one of my favorites. Okay, I'm gonna try it one more time. The sixth sheep's sick. There you go. I got that one. I chose that one because my brain shut off looking at it. That's valid. I'll do this one more time. Brisk, brave brigaders, brandish broad, bright blades, blunderbusses and bludgeons, balancing them badly. Fuck you guys. I did it. I'm not like any other VTuber. I can do it. Thanksgiving 3. Killer turkey movie. I know what we're doing for Thanksgiving. We're gonna watch all the Thanksgiving turkey movies. It doesn't want to load. Gravy. Who the fuck is that? There's a Muppet. Oh my god, I know what we're doing for Thanksgiving. Read me a story. Okay. Because, man, I don't know. Elaine's still kind of dumb. Damn, Elaine doing High School Musical vocal warm-ups. Yerp. Alright, we're reading a movie. Reading a story. They're usually no sleep stories. If you have a different story you want me to read, just let me know. But I usually do no sleep stories. Oh, I have big One Piece news. What's the big One Piece news? What? I wanted like a Halloweeny one. Oh wait, no, there was a trick or treat, but there's rules. Where is it? I just saw it. Trick or treat comes with rules in our town. Okay, I have to put on like spooky music. Like ambient music. Halloween ambience. I usually get out my mic for this, but I'm lazy. I'm lazy right now. Okay. I have to scroll in because I can't read. Okay. The anime is going on hiatus from January to April, and then it'll be seasonal with 26 two-part episodes a season. I like that. I do like that. I do like the seasonal things where, like, they kind of pace them out. I think it's fun. Okay. Trick-or-treating comes with rules in our town. This is our first Halloween in Oakbrook Village. Even as this first chill of September set in, I could tell something was different about the way this town celebrated. For one, the decorations were different. There were no cute inflatable decorations, despite the many families that had small children. There were also no Instagram mom decorations, no regal wreaths of autumn foliage, or pumpkins painted gold. The kinds of decorations here were what I call tastefully creepy. Skeletons of all kinds, witchy hats, fake graveyards, no hockey masks or fake corpses or bloody parts. I think every house had a jack-o'-lantern lit every night without fail. Everything from classic triangle eyes to elaborate contorted faces of witches and werewolves and ghouls. Avery and I didn't want to stand up, so we did some Avery and I didn't want to stand out, so we did some Jesus Christ jack-o'-lanterns. She did a very elaborate one with a demon on it, and I did 2 rather shitty triangle-eyed ones, one for each side of the doors. Her got the place of honor at the foot of the steps. But as Halloween approached, things started to get weird. A few days before Halloween, I found 2 papers taped to my front door. I yanked them off the door and started to read. Rules for handing out candy. Please be respectful, inclusive of all our trick-or-treaters. Teal candy buckets mean food allergies, blue candy buckets mean autism, and do not hand out candy or anything else to children using black candy buckets. Never open the door for someone wearing a clown costume, child or adult. This is not a trick-or-treater. Turn off your porch lights and wait until they leave. If trick-or-treaters come to your door asking to take shelter in your house, only let them in if the street lights are flickering, otherwise do not let them in. If you open the door and see a single child standing several feet from your door facing away from you, close your door immediately. Do not answer the back door for any trick-or-treaters. If you are visited by a group of 3 children, specifically dressed as a pirate, fairy, and demon, offer each child something that holds deep sentimental value to you. You can take a while to decide. They will wait. Do not hold back. You do not want to find out what happens if they deem your objects unworthy. 7. Do not approach any houses that have an unlit jack-o'-lantern. 8. Trick-or-treating begins at 5 and ends at 8. You must be present to hand out treats for the entirety of that time. There was also a complimentary list underneath for those trick-or-treating. Rules for trick-or-treaters. 1. If you have food allergies, you may use... Okay, so this is kind of the inverse. Do not wear clown costumes. If you see... if the street lights start flickering on and off, take shelter in the nearest house. Always travel in groups. Never stay stray from your group. Thank you, Green Jacket! Thank you for stopping by. Do not trick-or-treat at 18 Mongolian Avenue, the dark Victorian house at the end of the cul-de-sac. Avoid following the costume pirate, fairy, demon. There is only one group that uses these costumes, and they do not like to be copied. Make sure you light at least 1 jack-o'-lantern for each member of your household. Trick-or-treating begins at 5. Okay, and the third paper, which simply read, please note, all residents are expected to participate in our Halloween festivities. You may choose to either trick-or-treat, no matter your age, or hand out candy. However, be sure to abide by all of the rules for your group. It had to be some sort of prank. Honestly, hats off to them. This was creative and creepy. I'd rather our teenagers be playing harmless pranks like this than scrolling TikTok. You go trick-or-treating this year? I asked Avery as I came in. Yeah, Maddie and David are going with me, she said. You want me to come with you guys? Mom, she groaned. I'm 13. Oh, okay. You'll have your phone, right? Yes. I gave her the rules list. Do you see this? Some kind of funny prank. Avery looked them over. Oh, yeah, Maddie told me about them. They're legit. What? We're supposed to follow them. They're real. No way. Yeah way. Was she involved? Or maybe the perpetrators were friends of Maddie's. I opened my mouth to say no way again, but Avery's face turned dark, serious. Promise you'll follow them, she said quietly. Seriously, promise me. Okay, I promise. I almost regretted moving here. Things were getting weird, too weird, but I tried to comfort myself by thinking about my increase in salary and how much closer we live to my boyfriend now. This was just a rocky, weird start. Things would look up from here. How wrong I was. Halloween night was cool and crisp, just as it should be. A full yellow moon hung low in the sky, and a brisk wind rattled the half-bare branches. Dried leaves skittered across the sidewalk, and the air was full of giggling excitement. Avery had left an hour ago. It was just me, alone, sitting at the door with a bowl of assorted fun-sized candy. I picked out all the Milky Way Midnights for myself, and as I did my annual watch of Hell House LLC. Ding dong! I got up, grabbed the bowl, and looked. I wonder if there will be multiple of these. I could get okay, it's fine. I got up, grabbed the bowl, and looked through the peephole. 3 girls in various princess get-up stared up at the door. Tulle and sparkled in green, purple, and orange. I threw the door open. Trick or treat! They shouted in unison. Oh, how sweet, I said, reaching into the bowl. What would you like? That's when I noticed 2 things. First, there was no parents with them. The closest adults were all the way out on the sidewalk, and they didn't seem like they were waiting for the girls. The second, all three of them were holding black candy buckets. I froze, handful of candy in midair. Those rules were a joke, right? I'm not gonna tell these kids I'm not giving them candy. That would be insane and so mean. The three girls stared at me expectingly, not smiling. I'm out of candy. Oh, real convincing. Good job. I was holding the candy bowl. I mean, I'm saving these for someone else. They stared up at me, not saying a word. Sorry, I said as I started to close the door. As the door shut for the tiniest moment, they smiled, and I could have sworn I saw rows of razor-sharp fangs. I shut the door, my heart pounded, I felt a little faint. I collapsed back into the chair by the door. They didn't have fangs, that's ridiculous. Or, if they did, that was part of their costume. Vampire princesses. Yeah, probably some movie. I was unnerved until the next set of trick-or-treaters came. I made sure their candy buckets weren't black, and they weren't pirate, fairy, demon triad. Then I sucked in a breath and opened the door. 3 boys in superhero costumes, trailed by a normal, tired-looking mother. I sighed a breath of relief and gave them a generous handfuls of candy. When I closed the door, I texted Avery. Some girls came to the door with black candy buckets. I didn't give them anything. Was that rude? Are these rules really a thing? After a minute, she replied, "You did good." Thumbs up emoji. This was all so weird. I sighed and sat down, fidgeting with the candy, no longer excited to watch Hell House LLC. More trick-or-treaters came to the door, and each time I was relieved to see that they were normal looking. Maybe everything was fine. Maybe this was all in my head. And then Avery texted me, "Don't open the door for the clown." I frowned. I know, that's one of the rules, right? This isn't a joke, Mom. I just saw him. He's next door, coming to you next. I started texting her back. Ding dong. I stared at the door, then I slowly scooted out of my seat. What appeared to be a fully grown man stood on my doorstep. He was decked out in a classic clown costume, but he was turned away from the door. I couldn't see his face, only the back of his red and white onesie, the curly plastic red hair of his wig. I stared at him through the peephole, my heart pounding in my chest. He was just standing there, not turning around or any blip my phone. Remember, turn off the lights. Right, the porch light. I leaned over and flicked the switch. The porch light cuts out. I stared at the clown on my doorstep, now not more than a shadow, lit in gray and blue tones on the moonlight. He slowly began to turn around. Painted white skin, red nose, dripping red lips, and something hanging from his hand that I only noticed now that he was slightly turned. An axe. He turned his head and kept turning until his head seemed to be turned more than a normal human neck would allow. I ducked away from the door, crouched out of view. I heard footsteps. I held my breath, but then the footsteps began to recede. When I finally looked again through the peephole, he was gone. He's gone. Come home right now. I can't. The rules. Then I'll come get you. Don't. The rules. I'm calling the police then. He had an axe. 3 dots appeared, but Avery didn't text me back. Screw this. I hit call. 911, what's your emergency? Some guy in a clown costume with an axe, and my daughter is out there, and the police officer interrupted me. What's your location? I gave it to her. Oak Brook Village. Yeah, I breathed. Don't open the door and turn off the porch light. What? If he comes to your door, don't open it and turn off the porch light. The blood drained out of my face. I pose no risk to trick-or-treaters, ma'am, as long as they stay away from him as the rules ask. I opened and closed my mouth. No sound came out of it. So, they're true. As long as you follow them, you'll be safe. Any core keeper today? Probably tonight, yeah. Unless you have plans. Oh, do you have D&D? Do you have D&D today? And the phone call disconnected. I stared at my phone, mind blank. Anything else I should know? Just follow the rules. Are you sure I can't just come get you? Mom, don't. You can't leave early. You can't. I began to cry. Why hadn't I insisted on going with Avery? I can't stay here. I have to get her. I'll drive to her. What's going to happen? Someone's going to shoot me down or something? I have to be with her. That's my kid. As if Avery could read my mind, another text came in. Promise me, Mom. Just wait until 8. Everything will be okay. I cried harder. Ding dong. I got up and wiped my eyes, grabbed the candy bowl and opened the door, looked down to see 3 kids standing on my doorstep. Trick or treat! Wait a minute. A pirate, a fairy, a demon. I swallowed. These were the kids that wanted something sentimental value from me, right? I looked at each of them. As a group of them looked normal, but when I looked closely at each of their faces, something was a little off. The pirate's face was too long, the fairy's eyes were too big, the demon was wearing a mask, but I could see her hands, and they were too big to be a child's. Okay, sentimental things. Do I really have to do this? Just a second, I said, and I walked back into the house. I scanned the fireplace mantle. There was a photo of Avery and me up there at the fair, each of us holding a pink fluffy fluff of cotton candy. We'd gone there right after the divorce. The digital copy was lost, so it wasn't like I could print another one. I could give that to him. Would it be cheating to take a photo of it with my phone first? Damn it, I loved that photo, but it was just a photo. Do you think this photo of us on the mantle is sentimental enough for the 3 kids? I think so. I grabbed it off the mantle and walked back to the kids. I dropped it in the pirate's bag and wiped at my face. Surprisingly, he immediately turned out and walked off the porch, back into the dark. I guess that meant he was satisfied with the request. Okay, so you're next, huh? I asked the fairy with huge eyes. She nodded. I walked back into the house, looked around. I grabbed another photo off the mantle, another one I'd lost the digital copy to. It was me holding her at the hospital right after birth. I grabbed it and held it over the fairy's bag. She shook her head. She was no longer smiling. Okay, maybe I couldn't repeat the type of object. I walked back into the house and glanced around. What was the most sentimental thing to me, really? My eyes fell on the painting in the kitchen. That had been my first and only painting I'd ever won anything for. I'd submitted it to the fair when I was 18, thinking I had a promising art career ahead, that there was the start of the rest of my life, but life hadn't turned out that way, had it? I'd spent 5 years living in a rat-infested apartment in Brooklyn, eating ramen every night, turning out paintings after painting, only keeping myself afloat with more erotic pieces I painted. I'd eventually closed the chapter of my life and went back to school for accounting, but a tiny part of myself had always thought, maybe, someday. I grabbed the painting off the wall, a landscape of a dreary bog and cabin in shambles. It looked like how I felt right now. It didn't fit in the fairy's bag, so I dropped it at her feet. I hope that's sufficient, I whispered, staring her down. She picked up the painting and walked off the porch. So it's just the demon left. His eyes stared up at me through the mask. Does he wear the mask because he doesn't look as human as the others? After a few minutes of searching, I found something even more precious than the last 2. Avery's baby blanket. The one she came home from the hospital swallowed it. I pressed it against my chest, crying, then got up and offered it to the demon child. It shook its head. I don't know what you want from me. This is probably the most precious thing I've ever owned. It shook its head again. Then it lifted its hand and pointed at me. Does it want me? Is it going to kill me? Me? I finally asked. It shook its head and then spoke. A low, grating whisper barely audible over the wind. Your daughter. No, not Avery, no. My voice cracked. I began to shout, not Avery. You can have anything but Avery. The demon child stared up at me, then noiselessly turned and walked away. I stood there, frozen in the doorway, watching him disappear into the shadows beyond the halo of the porch light. I finally found the strength to close the front door, and then I collapsed in the chair and sobbed. I don't know how long I sat there, sobbing my eyes out, but before I knew, my phone was ringing. Avery was calling, and it was 8:01. I let out a long sigh of relief. Avery, are you okay? Are you... What? I'm standing outside, but... Oh, one of the jack-o'-lanterns isn't lit up anymore. I got up and peered at the people. Sure enough, I saw Avery standing at the front door of the porch steps. She's okay. Tears rolled down my cheek. I don't understand. What does that mean? I don't know, but the rule says don't approach any houses with jack-o'-lanterns that aren't lit up. Wouldn't that only apply before 8 p.m.? I don't know. I think I should stay at Maddie's house tonight. My heart dropped. Are you sure you're okay? Yeah, I just don't want to risk breaking the rules. So that was it. I didn't sleep a wink that night. I cried the entire time. How could I really know that Avery was okay? I'd seen her, sure. I had heard her voice over the phone. But what if that was some sort of illusion? What if she wasn't actually safe? What if the demon child had somehow gotten her anyway? Could he take her without my permission? But at 9 the next morning, the front door creaked open and Avery walked inside. I hugged her and cried, and she pried me off and groaned, Mom! But for the next few weeks, I watched her like a hawk. Not only to make sure she wasn't in danger, but also, what if the demon child actually had taken her? What if this was some mix, something imitating her, not really my daughter at all? Because Avery never tied her shoes like that before. Avery never blinked like that before, as if the sunlight hurt her eyes. Avery never filled her sketchbook with dark, spindly creatures of the woods before. Never went out foraging for mushrooms, digging her pink manicured nails into dark, damp dirt, breathing in the smell of earth and decay. As the days went on, I grew more and more suspicious, a heavy weight in my gut, until one night she cooked me dinner with some of the stuff she foraged, and I began throwing up. I halfway thought the thing that replaced her had poisoned me. I was wrong. You see, I was pregnant. That June, I gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, Ava. Avery was over the moon to have a little sister, and even though it turned our plans upside down, it was the best thing to ever happen to us. Except a birth in June meant I was pregnant on Halloween. And the demon child, it had asked for my daughter. and said it could have anything other than Avery. It's the beginning of October now. We've since moved out of Oakbrook Ridge, but I still wonder if on Halloween night that thing will somehow find me and take what I promised. Damn! That's cool. I liked that. That was a hell of a twist. That was a hell of a twist, though. Like, you don't even know if, like, the daughter is her daughter. And the idea that it's like, well, guess you're gonna have to give me your kid. And it was a demon. Like, it all kind of, like, makes sense. It's spooky. I liked it. It didn't tell us too much. And I liked, like, you know, because there's a lot of the, oh, you'll give me, like, your daughter and stuff like that. Yeah, okay, I admit it. You probably don't have dyslexia. Thank you. I'm just somewhat illiterate sometimes. I'm selectively literate. Probably. I don't know. I was very focused on that, so maybe that helped. But yes, I do like reading stories. Reading stories is I like creepypastas. One of my favorite podcasts is Creepcast. It's one of my favorite things in the whole wide world. Next, compared to you guys, or like you guys are above that though. Halloween. There's a Halloween classroom ambience. I kind of don't want this one. This is like, yeah, this isn't. This ain't it. I think I'm just gonna play the DJ for a little bit. Alright. Let's get back to drawing. Because I'm gonna do who today? I forgot already. Fox and then Buster. Okay, got it. Oh, wait, I have to ask. A question to Buster. The water stops. Is it okay to stream? I am unsure how public your redesign is. We got balls, we sang with a dress. Alrighty, thank you for listening to that story with me, guys, by the way. I think that was a pretty good story I picked at. I hope there's more Halloween ones. So we can read more Halloween ones if there are any more. Okay. I don't know if I need this again. Ugh, I will need it for the feather, though. The feather. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. And then I need the color of the feather. I need to flip it and give it the color of the feather. Darken it. And then doop. Oop. Oh, and then I forgot that this. Oops. Boop. Should be a bit bigger though, I think. Yeah, there we go. Now the feather's all good. I just need to put it under that section of hair. And then we have whoop. Oops. I think I'm gonna have it be a little disconnected because I think that would look better than it overlapping incorrectly. Boop. There we go. And then it has a little herb. Has a little herb. And I think the gold color is the gold color that I give my stuff. So. Cause look how cute I match. There we go. And then I need this orb to go over here. I don't think we have room for the other one. Oh, my headset just reset. I'm curious, what does your model look like without the hot dog? Oh, hold on. Let me undog. Let me undog. This isn't how my VTuber. No, hold on. There we go. That's better. Let time pass through. Hello. This is me normally. I'm a cat cow hybrid. I have long legs. I'm actually quite stumpy in real life. But yeah, this is me. Hello. Hello. I am cat cow. We were wearing this fit without the sweater. Pretty, thank you, thank you. I was drawn and rigged by the wonderful Ozumi Wizard and Jersey BZ. And I love this model. I love this model so much. My headset is so bonky and my face is tired. But yes, this is me in my hot dog in my non-hot dog form. I wonder, could I make a hot dog hat? Could I make a hot dog hat? I feel like I could. Let me try. I want to try to make a hot dog hat. Then, like, when I'm working, it'll be like a small thing. But then when we're playing video games, screenshots. It could be similar to there. That's a cute little emo. Hot dog hat, like the one of your horns. Yeah, exactly like that, essentially. Limited supply. Ooh, shut up, bitch. Okay. Actually, I have a file for this. I don't know why I'm like thinking I need to take a whole screenshot, because I have a file to make hats, because my model can have hats. Just give me like 10 seconds for my brain to reawaken. Time passed through. I think it's this one. Yep, there you go. Because the hat can only be like this big, unfortunately. My brain is like trying to think, but it's also off. Next takes me to paradise. There's like two ways to make a hot dog hat. Either I could make a hot dog headband. I could make a hot dog hat kind of similar to the one that like BLT is wearing right now, where it's kind of like a head thing. Or I can make my horns into hot dogs. Those are my options, I think, right now. I don't know which one I want to do. I think I kind of want to mix some of the assets I have, actually. Because I have a hot dog hat from when I was my little guy. There's my hot dog hat. There's my baguette hat. Turkey hat. There's my hot dog hat. I have a Costco hot dog hat. Oh, where'd my Costco hot dog hat go? What's your made up on the spot story for your nose band-aid? I have a scar on my nose that my dog gave me, and so I actually have a scar on my nose. Oh, what? Boop. Oh, there it is. See? I cover it because I don't want it to get sun damage. Because I'm Korean and we don't like sun damage, but there's a scar, so. Yeah, I have a little scar on my nose. The scar on my nose in real life is much smaller, and it's actually on the tip of my nose, but we all love the anime scar nose. We all love the anime scar nose. Would it be easier to see if I put my bangs up? Bang, swap. Let's do it like this. Cover your booty, how dare. It's just everybody has a band-aid. Most VTubers have band-aids. Oh, if I do that, you can't see it really. Okay. Doot doot. There. Bah. Can't believe I lost my Costco hot dog hat. What a weenie. Can't believe I lost my Costco. I can't believe I lost my Costco hot dog hat. Dumb. Yeah, see, it's this one. I had a hot dog hat. I don't know where it went, though. Is it not in here? Ah, it might have been one of the old ones from the old file, actually. Shoot. Okay. It's like a hot dog on a paper plate thing. It's like they serve it in those little, like this. It's like a picnic one. Yeah. Okay. I have an idea. So let's do a picnic pattern. Picnic pattern. Write it. And then we go like this. Let's see, what overlay would work nicely? Let's do it. Vocal sim, you got it. And you get a 2-for-1 because you're the first one to redeem it.
Whoa! Hurricane Katrina! More like Hurricane Tortilla.
Oops, wrong one. Boop, this one.
The Egyptians believed the most significant thing you could do in your life was die.
Is die. So true, queen. So true. Okay. I won't stop until you're my girl. Oh, go in there. Go in there. Boop. Boop. And then we gotta make a hot dog. Brain thinky hot dog. I don't want to make a new hot dog because I had such a good hot dog before. Unless I have it in here. Actually, it might be in here. Sawblade, hot dog, fit, Minecraft. Oh, I forgot about my pillows. I had pillows too. It's the wrong way. And you. Wait, I have a funny meme. I'm thinking of a funny meme. Oh, hold on. It's so easier. There's no right way. So I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. Where's the thing where you can... There we go. I'm just a little bit every day. Oh my god, wait, what if I... So, okay, the thing I'm thinking of is essentially I'm gonna make a sign on my head that says hot dog, right? But, like, imagine that I do that, but then I also turn into a dog. You know, we have dog mode. We have dog mode. Maybe I turn into dog. There was a right way, honey, there's no right way. So I fall in love just a little bit every day with someone new. Or I put fire on my head and I look like a dog and I'd be a hot dog. That way. I think the literal approach would be funny though. Join curves. Close curve. I wave for a sec of morning. Boop. Boop. I don't know how well this will sit on my head, to be honest, but we're gonna try it anyway. Just a little every day with someone new. Just a little bit. No, I think this needs to go in the middle of it. Kind of like that. Is this in the center? Why aren't you centered? The stranger, the better. And then we go hot dog. About my font. Let's do Blanky Star. Or should we do it in capitals? Hot dog. A little bit every day. Yeah, wait. I kind of like this one. Okay, and then we do this, and then we do this, and then arc for nope. Arc horizontal. Ooh. I didn't think about that. This is Ninja Sex Party. I knew it. I heard the voice and I was like, that can't be what I think it is, can it? It was... Oh man. Did you listen to their newest song? Is it the it's like a Halloweeny one, yeah? I think so. I'm not at the restroom. Yeah, the Halloween theme. I can play it while I'm in the restroom so you guys can all listen to it. Boop, boop. I think I want that to be a black outline. Oops. I'm gonna turn this off, and I gotta do PNG, and I gotta export. It gotta go. I think I'll just put it here for now and call it hot dog. And then I have to go do this. Okay, if Twitch will let me the term. Well, the fun part is that here in my streams, none of the music gets clipped into the VODs, so Twitch doesn't know. So Twitch doesn't know that we play these songs. Put item in model. There you go. Need to be bigger. No, it's not clipping. Hell yeah, then. Hell yeah. Let me see if that works. Yeah, it's not the worst. Maybe it needs to rotate a little bit. I think it's okay, though. Done. And then hub. Alright, I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick and then I'll turn into a dog, but... Shit, sorry. I'm glad you like it. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Zombie hand job. I'm cool. I'm back. Oh yeah, I was gonna turn into a dog. Hold on. I do that. Actually, I'm. Hold on. This one, live 2D models. This one, X1, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. I don't know how this looks, so I would like to find out. Swoop. Boop. Alright, we've put that song on repeat. Okay. Nope. Yep. No. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to skip it. Oh my god, I'm late back. Hello. Hello. Okay, hold on. I gotta turn into a Pomeranian. And to do that, I gotta do this. I gotta go to my brain. I got to grab the color. Customize, multiply, select. She back? She? Yeah, I'm a she. I ain't got no PP. Oh wait, are we on the wrong version of VTube Studio? Hold on, I have to relaunch VTube Studio. I think we're on the wrong one. Welcome back, thank you. Mish Stinky, damn. Oh, am I doing the open file location? Start without Steam Bat shortcut. Let me make a new one. Right click properties. Where is it? It's this one. Okay. Okay, now this one should open the right one. Don't let BLT know I'm eating a. Oh, two of you are eating BLTs today. Good lord. Poor baby. I don't see the word beta on the thing. Oh, it says I'm on the beta. He's just so yummy. Understandable. Connect. It's not. Why is it not doing the thing? Why are you doing the thing? Betas? It says I'm on the beta branch, but at the same time it says that it's not letting me do the thingy. I jumped the gangle of weebs. Damn. Them poor boys. Oh wait, this one didn't. Did they remove it? Did they remove it? I didn't save it. I didn't save becoming a Pomeranian because I didn't think it would matter. Because I was on the beta. Why? I'm so confused. Why is the beta branch not doing the thing that I want the beta branch to do? We need to change it back and then... Bum bum. Literally bought knives to a gunfight. Damn, rip. Burn out. If it doesn't work, I'll just say cacao. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I don't mind the beta branch. But I gotta give me the option to customize my. No! There's no like group setting. Okay. That's fine. We'll just stay normal then. Because I'm too lazy to set that back up. Because that was a lot of work. But I can do this instead. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. Yeah, there you go. Now I'm kind of a dog. There you go. Watching Daily Dose in your stream, multitasking. Daily Dose of Internet. We love Daily Dose of Internet. This one. There we go. Okay. Man, that's a hot dog. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for noticing. Okay, I think I mostly got Kiwi's done. I just need to do the shading on Kiwi's model. Better off alone. Okay, this is what takes the longest, but it's a very satisfying process to me. Talk to me. Second channel, Daily Dose of Pets. Daily Dose of Pets? Oh my god, that's so smart though. Daily Dose of Pets? Oh my gosh. It's like hella smart because a lot of people just like animal content. Like me. I enjoy a lot of animal content. Wait, do I outline everyone's hair in... Oh my god. I think I outline everyone's hair in black. I do. Because it helps with shading, or when I add shadows. And it also helps it stick out more. So I will fix that. It also helps things like this so it looks like it's connected. And it doesn't leave that kind of like weird bump. Yeah, that's better. And then, alright. Better off alone. Dun, 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 better off alone. Think you're better off alone. Bonk, bonk. Back! Welcome back. I've missed you. How are you doing? How you doing? Boop. Boop. There we go. And then I kind of need to do that on the bottom of the hair too, actually. But a little bit different, so it's kind of like just this section. There we go. And then we can take this and do that. A bit tired, and I don't know what to get for brekkie. What about... I don't know if you have this over there, but if you can get it, highly suggest it. Because it's refreshing. It's not overly heavily as long as you don't eat too much of it. But if you could have, like, corned beef hash, oh, highly suggest it. Highly suggest getting some corned beef hash. That shit fucks, brother. Ooh, this hair is weird. Okay, I'll fix it later. I had those in years. Yeah, see? Could be pretty good. Could be pretty good. There's a puppy trying to chop a cat freshener. A cat freshener? What's a cat freshener? Car? Another car freshener. Won't taste good. Puppy, no. Puppy, no. Alright, this is gonna bug the shit out of me if I don't fix it. There you go. It's so cute. But it won't taste good, puppy. The puppy, no, it won't taste good though. It's okay. He'll learn it, then he'll probably make a cute little blech face. To be fair. Far away. Yeah, yeah. Let's do it like this, and then like this. There we go. I don't think there's any place that sells it near me, so I need to make it myself. Damn! Okay, what about pancakes? Or bagel? He's too small to reach it. Oh, poor baby! Poor baby! No. Get away. I want to fly away. To get away. Get away. Why is this like that? It's fine. You can't really tell from far away. And then I gotta do the other parts of the hair. There's a few more parts that I'm missing. Yeah. To get away. I'll get away. I want to get away. Get away. To get away. Want to fly away. Yeah. There's also another part here. I have a question I like to ask new streamers. I thought, go for it. What's up? Ooh, what's up? What's up, poppin'? Ooh, what's the question? I can probably get Macca's hotcakes. Macca's is McDonald's, right? Right? Yep, Pog. Yeah. That sounds good. Gonna be honest, don't know what a hotcake is, but I'd eat it at least once. I'm gonna try anything at least once kind of gal, you know? Looking at me, boy. The boy's a liar. I'm not gonna lie, the Sleepy Joe version of the song still takes the cake in my heart. It's basically their version of a pancake. Ooh. That does sound pretty good. This part, this part, this part, this part, this part. Fun of me. This girl that fun of me. Based purely on my name, what you've seen of me so far, what is my gender? It's one of the original two. Thank you for at least giving me a hint. Let me just first say that. Thank you for letting me at least have a hint. Because, you know, technically, depending on the person, there's a lot of them. So, thank you for the hint. That's a really good question, though, because if I'm completely honest, I could see either or. Mainly because, okay, line of thought. First thought, there's a million genders there, yes. At first, I was like, ooh, that's a good question, because, like, knee-jerk reaction is... Love the, you know, one of the OG, yeah. Knee-jerk reaction is... female. Because the word moonlit is feminine to me. I'm not trying to make any political standings here. I'm just saying the word is kind of feminine to me. But you made fun of the fact that I can't read, which should be taken into consideration. So, in my complete honesty, I think you are either female or flamboyant boy. That is final answer. I am sorry if that is wrong or offends you. But you did ask the question, so I'm answering very honestly. Because, yeah, those are the two genders. Those are the two genders, yes. Congratulations, one or the other can't choose. Damn it. I think girl first. I think female first just because of Moonlit. If it has to be like an either or situation, then I'm going to say female first because that was my first reaction. Is thinking female. I'm also gonna put them like that. But if I had to break it down like a little bit more and think about it even harder though, Echo makes me think boy. Because Echo is more of a masculine thing because of Echo from League of Legends. Wrong! This is why I love this question? Damn, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But thank you for asking, I guess. Good survey. I think it's the emotes. I feel like... Oh. Because I feel like I've seen more feminine people in chat. Bye, boy. Boy, bye. Well, I'm glad to have you. And I'm sorry if that was... I'm sorry that was off the mark. But I hope you enjoyed my breakdown anyway. What's I gonna say? Oh, this is not black. I had a line of thought, but then I forgot it. Oh, it's the emote thing. If you're like most like guys I know, I would ask like, yeah, that's very fair. I was reconciling myself with that idea that you wouldn't have asked if you were gonna get offended, by the wrong answer. What was I gonna say? I think it's because like a lot of like, I feel like women or female presenting people on Twitch use emotes more than the latter. But then guys that are like a bit maybe more feminine tend to use emotes, or like are gender isn't really a big thing for them. I feel like is the better response, because I feel like I know a lot of guys that like gender kind of matters to them and they don't really use emotes, whereas like if gender doesn't really matter to you, you tend to use emotes, or if you're a lady. Big assumptions though. Big assumptions. These are just based off of things that I've seen. Not saying 100% that these are true. I'm an asshole who likes to express myself with caring about opinions of others. Damn. That's my favorite kind of asshole. Okay, but oh, without. Still like you. Still like you. I mean, that's fair. I feel like Vex is like that sometimes. Vex is my twin. Not actual biological twin, but, you know. I'm here for people in all walks of life. Because you're giving your time to hang out with me. And I'm illiterate, so... Who am I to judge? Alright, I think that's most of the shading. I kind of want to change the color that is on these ones, though. Boop, boop. Boop. That's better. Fancy car. And I used the last one on that one, huh? Poopy. Okay. Anxiety meds have helped me be myself. Now I'm everyone else's problem. God, so true though. Not gonna lie, that looks so cute. Thank you. In a minute, I'll be working on the other one that I owe Kiwi, which is the angel one. But I too believe that these look pretty cute. But no, on God, I also am. What kind of anxiety med you on? What flavor you have? I have fluoxetine. Fluoxetine is mine. I have fluoxetine. 50 milligram. Boop, boop. Boop. 50. There we go. I really like how I did the eyes this time, comparatively to how I normally do them. Alright. Boop. What's the tell that I'm always by your side? I might steal the feather. Mood, but with mood stabilizers and antidepressants. Devil kiwi, save. Same, 10 milligram. Fuck yeah! Fluoxetines! Sorry, that was kind of bad. I was trying to say fluoxetine twins and like make it one word, but it didn't really work out. Fluoxetwins. Sorry. I really wanted it to work. Alright, now we do kiwi. For this one, and then I do... If I could spell it, I'd say it back. That's such a mood. I was about to try to spell it, and then I stared at chat and went, No. Ooh, I'm gonna steal the ear from this one. Give me this. Give this one. These. There we go. Oh, I forgot. Nope. Now I should keep it. There we go. There we go. And we remove this guy. Go to the other one and remove the other blush. And then we reintroduce this one to this one. And then this one into this one. And then take each ear and we're going to put it behind. Oops. And then cool. I'm a comical genius. Don't believe me? Check my bio. I like this. I like what I'm being lured into. You have a March birthday! I saw that your thing says you have a March birthday! March birthday twins! What's up, twin? On God. Does your access tax evader? That's king behavior. That's royalty behavior. I love it. Be gay, do crime. Be gay, do crime. I didn't post this on Blue Sky. Oh my god. Hold on. Die screams until my heart gives out and dies, only to resurrect and repeat the cycle. You can post an image and a GIF, can't you? Excited. Yeah. Yeah, you can. Pangolin VTuber. Pangolin? There's a pangolin VTuber? They follow me? Holy shit, that's so cool. I love pangolins. I got confused because I don't have a March birthday. Then I saw the channel create. Oh, it's a channel creation date? Oh, that's what that means? Oh, that is what that means. It was fate. That just means it's fate. Made coffee? What kind of coffee? Pangolin VTuber honestly goes hard. I know, and I love their banner. Their banner is very pretty. Let me just boop. We loved our big hair goddess. Oh, is their hair the... I want to see their model. I love their hair and their the thing. Macca's orders now. The waiting game. Fuck yeah. I love Pangolin. I love this art too. This art is very cute. Oh wow, they're so cute. This is their model art. Oh, and the ducky isopod. I'm in love. You know me, never heard of this person. You should. They're so amazing. I love them. Just black coffee with some almond milk, almond and oat milk creamer. It still sounds tasty though. Is it like sweet creamer or just to add milk to make it creamy? This is so cute. I love the art style of this. Wow. Oh my god. This is actually really cute. This character design is actually. I don't know. Like, hold on. BRB, no problem. Yeah, sweet creamer. Fuck yeah. Let me just bloop. I want to hear what they sound like. I like no. Advanced GG! Advanced GG spotted! New spotlight detected. Teehee, maybe. Shh. I just wanna. I love their model. I love that they can hold their ducky isopod. That's so cute. Do they not have their VODs? I'm a home. Welcome home. Oh, they don't have their VODs. Aw. How many clips do they have? Oh, they have quite a few clips. Okay, good. I was gonna say, because, like, I need a lot of clips in order to make a video on them, but it looks like they have a good amount of clips. I see they play Cyberpunk. They play Valorant. Makes me a little sad. Oh, this is such a cute PNG. They're giggling their ass off about this thing. Okay. Alright. Yeah, probably. They're very cute. They're very cute. And their ducky isopod, man. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Kiwi, I feel wrong doing this. I'm just gonna put that out there right now. I feel wrong. There's somebody who can love me. Oh, cancel. Need the colors. Boop. Oh, I forgot I did this one differently. Oh. Save. Oh, let me put that VTuber. What was their name? Sonakin. Let me put them on the list. Content list. Ew, this is wrong now. I don't do this anymore. This is V-stars. Sorry, I didn't mean to say ew, like I didn't like that those people in there. It was ew because Hall of V Fame was a series I did on TikTok for a while that kind of showed off the technically what I would call the best of the best. Like Iron Mouse, Bow, Lily, Shy Lily and stuff. I almost said Lily Pichu. I mean, Lily Pichu could technically count. But, like a lot of people like that. But the problem was with that is that a lot of them ended up having opinions that I'm not comfortable with. So frick. And it was just a lot of wasted effort in my opinion. So, meh. Made me kind of upset that I'd go through all that work to talk about them and say that they're a good part of the community. But that's drama. We don't need that. Anywho, I love you guys. By the way. Happy Halloween. I prefer the small tuber shoutouts more anyway. Yeah, on God. Like, understandably, not all the people that I do videos on are small. Like with V Highlight, I wouldn't say that Cookie Hana's small. Toradoki, Red Claw, Party Demoness, Kyrie, Zongi to an extent, Suika, Tiefling Melissa. I wouldn't say that they're small, but I also don't want to discredit them because they're artists. Double Kiwi look good. You want it? I can send it to you. I think I saved it already. I just kept it open so I could drag and drop colors, but hold on, I'll send it to you. Kiwi. I do like this one a lot. I think out of all the emotes I've made for you, Kiwi, I like this one the most. Do you guys, it does get tiring to see the same VTubers being highlighted, focused on. It's good to branch out and highlight peeps that don't get to be seen as often. Yeah. And it's like hard because I want to do every single person. Like, because PNG tubers also count. I've done a handful of PNG tubers already. But it's also hard because it's kind of like, I'll see people like come into my chat that like they'll stream and talk about streaming, but I feel bad because it's kind of like I can't highlight them because they don't have any like clips. That's because you captured my essence. So true, so true. But it's hard. It's like the I guess what I'm trying to say is the line of being able to like while I want to highlight every single person that like streams, I can't because it's just not how it works, unfortunately. Like I can't really do it that way because I can't make content out of nothing, essentially. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess. Like, it's hard if you're not actively trying to be a VTuber for me to make content of you being a VTuber. By the way, I told one of my peers about you, and she laughed so hard when she saw the shrimp model cooking. Good! I love making people laugh. It's like my main thing. That's my main thing right there. I'm so confused on how to do this. I don't know. I'm a goob, and I just want to highlight people because I think it's fun. I think I get it. The fun part about, like, also being able to highlight other VTubers, is it reminds me of my mom, and it actually made me at one point want to get, like, a VTuber, like, news reporter outfit. I was thinking of, like, those old... Hi, Rat! Welcome on in. What are, like, the 1980s reporters? No, 1970s, I think. Was it 1970s? No. Is it 60s? Good. How you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. How you doing? Like, woman reporter fashion. Will you do VTuber like the digital one? So I was thinking like an outfit. I actually did. Are you talking about the shoulder pads? Yeah, kind of. Kind of like this. That kind of like this. Yeah, like this with the tweed. Tweed. Good waiting on Battlefield 6 to update. Good luck. Let me know how it goes. All my friends have Battlefield and they've been enjoying it. But I was thinking of a VTuber outfit with that when I used to do a digital magazine. That's like 1910s. Okay, so I was way too far ahead of the times. I used to do a thing called VTuber Varietal. Would you like a rat? I would love a rat. Fun fact. I had a digital thing that I used to do. So that was like a more recent one. The very first one I did. We're just in a final scaled. I did one for my friend Snugglepup. This was the very first VTuber Varietal I did where it was actually like I would talk about them. I'd ask what their favorite color was, who inspires them, fun facts, their platforms, and then their top 3 games and anime. And then I'd ask questions that I tried to gear towards them and have like little fun facts and icons and like extra art and a quote and their logo if they had one also. I'm sorry, I don't have my I don't have my mouse on here. Hold on, it's gonna piss me off. Sorry, hold on. I have the pointer on there and I don't want the pointer. There we go. Okay. But this was like the very first like VTuber thing I did, and then I did that for a long time. And it was called VTuber Varietal, and I did it for so fucking long. I don't. I could probably find out. I don't remember what the last episode was. And then it ended up becoming this, where it was more like an about you and an inspiration and socials and stuff like that. It was a little bit, it was more of an infographic than like a real questionnaire, because it became hard to ask different questions geared to each VTuber, because I think for the beginning of 2024, I did this thing, or 2023, I think it was, where I reached out. I posted on like Twitter. Did you make this from rounder? No, I did not make it. It was created by Naomi's actually the reason why I got the shrimp model. Hikey, just to put that out there, just to be completely honest. Where is it? Where's the shrimp? I saved so many things. Here it is. It's made by this person. They've actually made, okay, I'm gonna get so sidetracked. Okay, a few things. Long Island, New York has 3 distinct varieties of the same rat species depending on where you are on the island. An uptown, midtown. Really? I love rats. I love rats. They make custom ones though. I kind of want a custom one, but I don't know how they change. I guess I could have like horns. Like this one has horns. But anywho, but yeah, so I did that for a long time, but it was hard because there ended up being people who didn't want to fill out the form, and I tried my best to make it to where it's like you really don't have to do much outside of fill the form and I do the rest. But it kind of became a thing where like I wouldn't hear back from people in a timely manner. They really wouldn't give me substance. They'd give me like half a sentence, and I'm like, how the fuck am I supposed to fill out like a full page that is meant to look like, you know, that's meant to have all these like words on it. Like, I think the one, yeah, this is junk. That's why I did a video on junk. I did a video on junk, yeah. And like, I would even tailor these like little info cards to them, but it would be so hard when all you get is like half a sentence. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do with half a sentence? But and now I do V highlight and V stars on TikTok, because now it's all in my hands. They don't have to worry about doing anything. I can just do it. I can just do it, and it won't really matter. I also tailored the name feature to the person, so that way it would be more unique. Yeah, it was that one, and then yeah, I try to make the pages unique, and then started doing the logos, and then I started doing feature the person, get someone to complete a form or a questionnaire. Yeah, because it wasn't like a whole ass like an interview. I was just asking them to fill out a form, but it fucked up. It wasn't a very timely thing, and it was hard. So I just ended up doing digital format stuff. Kazuya has one of my favorites though. Oh my god! Hi Cat! Thank you for the follow! Hi! Hope you enjoyed the video. I'm just gonna put up. How you doing? Love the art. My friend Kiwi Goblin Book showed me to you. You're super cool. Dude, thank you so much for the... Dude, no, thank you for being an amazing artist and just being cool and being a genuine person on the internet. There's so many, like, fake people out here, so I appreciate you. Just gonna put this up here, and then I'm just gonna die. Hey, look, there's Kiwi. Focus your attention on Kiwi. Kiwi's the reason why I know who you are. This picture is how I feel. Your model is gorgeous, by the way. Thank you. It was made by Ozumi Wizard and rigged by Jersey BZ. You're getting starstruck every 30. I know. I'm gonna pass out. I really appreciate it. I want to tell you. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kat. I really appreciate you, Kat. This is gonna. I don't know if I can handle this. I feel like I'm gonna faint. This has happened 3 times a day. I don't know if I can take this anymore. King Joffrey won. King Joffrey from Game of Thrones. Elaine's heart rate this stream left out stonks. Dude, I'm just dead. I flatlined. I'm flatlining. If a doctor were to come and see my heart, I'd have flatlined 3 times today. Thanks, Kat. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And if you're you're not streaming today. I don't think. I think Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I literally saw one of your videos on TikTok not too long ago. I said to myself, "Oh, that's so cute," and boom, oh shit, Dawg, let's go. Well, I'm glad that you liked the video. I just got here. I'm already watching your death stream. I know today. You made my day today. You made my day. I'm glad you liked the video. I'm glad you stopped by. I'm just... Guys, I think I'm passing away. Guys, I think this is the death of me. I don't know if I can name this. I knew. Okay, to be, like, completely real, I knew that some people would see the video. The boss shot her shot and won. I flatlined. I knew that some people would see the video and come in and say hi or something. But, like, I don't know, dude. It blows my mind when it happens. It blows my mind when people see the videos that I make, because I'm just a dude. I'm just a guy. I'm just a bean on the internet just talking about things I like. I don't know. I'm just gonna die. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna keep working on art and die on the inside, because This is me. Hold on. This is me. Saw the video, Kat, and really thought it was well done and sweet. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it as well. This is me right now. I love watching two people love each other's work, and me, it's always so, I know, isn't it lovely? I don't know. Like, I guess it's the thing where I don't feel worthy of the attention, because, yeah, I do art, but I don't do art in the capacity that a lot of people in V highlight, and I'm not as clip worthy as a lot of the people in V stars, and I just want more people to see them, and I just, thanks for letting me highlight you. Shut up, Daedalus. Shut up. I love people around me. Ow, 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 ow. Stop it. Stop. I'll cry. Shut up. Chat. Shut up. I'm going to myself with my art and streams, so you're inspiring to so yeah, no, I love your streams. And your aesthetic, ugh, your aesthetic is gorgeous. Oh, God, not clipboard. Listen, okay. I think that I personally may not, the clippers are no, okay, I think, okay, let me say my piece. I am not as off the bat funny, goofy at times. I'm not on all the time. I'm just kind of here. I know this cool new person. Can you show the video? Yeah, I can. I don't want... I cry. Okay, let me just pause. You are worthy. Thank you. I just died. Okay, yeah, this is Kat. This is Kat's video. Teehee, that's Cat. Cat's awesome. Go follow Cat if you haven't followed Cat. Cat's awesome. Cat's on Blue Sky. Cat's on Twitch. Go follow her. Amazing. We love him. Gorgeous, gorgeous being. Gorgeous, gorgeous woman. We pray. We bow before her beauty. Teehee, smile. Love you, Cat. You're amazing. Right up my alley. Follow us. I'm saying. That's why I did a video. Cause more people need to see it. But yeah, appreciate you, Cat. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. And I hope that you can have wonderful days and wonderful streams. Who's talking? You're so big. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you. I'm trying to be a big cat cow, and I'm trying to accept compliments as they come my way. And not be the goober that goes, teehee, nah. But I appreciate it a lot, and I wouldn't be here without you guys. Big shout outs to people like Daedalus VO and Kiwi Goblin Books for helping me with my scripts at times, proofreading, helping me proofread and stuff like that. And to my mods and every one of you lurkers or active chatters, I wouldn't be as inspired to do all this if it wasn't for you guys. And for people like Kat, who draws so well that I'm like, okay, time to get my art game up. How will I talk to pretty women if I can't draw as pretty? Hee hee. Yo, Elaine. Yo, what's up, Oso? How you doing? No, we're just tools. You're the mastermind. Yeah, but, a construction worker can't build a house without wood. Okay, and you guys are like, my wood, I can't. Okay, well, my motivation, women. Exactly. My motivation, be women. Thank you for the world. Oh, thank you, thank you, Diobi, for the wellness chick. Thank you. Phrasing. Vibing, just making comms. Understandable. I hope comms are going well. Hope they're not too stressful or too much of anything. Hope they're going well. I'm just flatlining over here. Don't mind me. Just trying to work through all my emotes. I don't actually know if I'll get work done today. I think I will. Is there anything else I'm doing today? Thank you for the head pats. Well, what month is Whammons month? I kind of want to plan 2026. What month is each month celebrating? Actually, I should Actually, I feel like I should have done this year, but I didn't think about it. They're going well. Just try to free myself from the next batch of comms. No, yeah, understandable. It is gonna become September soon, so that makes sense. That's who I saw the video on. It was for Naomi, which I'm a fan, so thank you so much again, of course. Oh my god, it's so cool. It's like VTuber. It's like people who are inspired by each other can come here and be inspired and be like, oh my god, it's the same space. We're rebranding. We're still the Milk Club, but we're a lunch table. We stream from a lunch table, and we all gather at the like, you know, like in like high school or middle school. God damn it! Honestly, what? God damn it, guys! I'm just a goober. Okay, all right. You know what? I got business, girl. I got business. Clipped nerd, I know, right? February, March, March, April. I kind of want to do a themed month. I really like doing themes for my months. I don't know why. Clippable streamer got double clipped. Yep. You guys do that quite often. I enjoy it though. It's very funny. July, just do the whole thing, and then August. September, October, November, December. Okay, so January is like March is like Women's History Month, right? So I want to do like women only V highlights, which isn't hard, and V stars, you know? And then is there like a men's appreciation month? I guess that sounds weird, but like, is that a thing? Oh shit! Moonlight, thank you so much for the bits. Fuck yeah. Helping keep the lights on, brother. On God. Seriously, no joke. No cap. This is what I do. Just cause I appreciate you. Oh God. This is hard. Maybe this was not the way to go. Oh, LGBT is like, this is men's. Is that in June? But like, Pride Month is June. Hot dog, hi Ghost. Welcome on in. Okay, here's the big one. March. African American History. You could do a no shave November for men. Oh, men month. Man month. Man month. I like that. I like that. And then Whammon month. I'm eating hot dogs right now. Fuck yeah, we love hot dogs. I had hot dogs yesterday. Asian month is May, it looks like. Asian month. Cause there's our ghost, don't eat the stream. It's okay, you can eat me. I'm a constantly regenerating hot dog. I think that's when I did that. Let me triple check, cause there was. I also had fuck yeah, what kind of hot dog was it? Did you make it yourself? I got mine from Costco. I had a Costco hot dog. I gotta do VTuber highlights. It was a series. There was like a series that I did. Was it May? Okay, maybe it was 2023 then. I remember No Nut November from high school. It's not good for you. Just putting that out there. No Nut November is very bad for you. Do not do No Nut November. No Nut November is very bad for you. You can get testicular cancer. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh man, I don't remember. Hold on, wait. I could go to my card and find out, I think. I'd eat you too. I'm full, baby girl. Teehee. Costco hot dog? Costco hot dog. Costco hot dog. I wish I could go Costco one day and it was homemade. I had cheese. Oh, broiled. Not boiled, not microwave, not grilled. Broiled. Broiled is my preference. VTuber varietal. This message was paid for by Man's Awareness Month. Did I not finish this? I don't remember. Mine were also pan fried. Damn, but that sounds good though. Like Costco hot dogs are good, but that's like good. Cause you know, you didn't have. I mean, you had to pay for it, sure, but like you didn't have to like pay for it. You know, it's like a thing you had at home. Grilled, personally, no, that's valid. I do like the grilled marks on them. Final issues 23 collection. When did I do Asian people? When did I do the Asian people? Wait. Okay, I'm going to be completely frank, and I'm very sorry if this sounds bad, but I'm just trying to do the months. Okay, so if what I say comes out in a way that may be a little, I apologize, that wasn't the plan. It's just I'm trying to make months for 2026. The plan ahead, okay? It was the 47th. The 47th one. When was this one posted? Do I have one I posted this one? September. September? Back with Foods. Welcome back. Actually, Campfire Roasted? Campfire Roasted? Campfire Roasted? Everything on a campfire tastes better. The out of context potential must be prefaced. I know. It's because I know there's like months that are like, you know, kind of important for people. Like Black History Awareness Month is very important. I feel like more Black creators could be put spotlight on in the VTuber community, but I just don't know what month that is. I think that's okay. That's February. Okay, and then September is Hispanic or is, oh no, because I did September because it was the Lunar New Year. Okay, no, okay, then we do Asian American month. Asian month is May. September will be Hispanic VTubers. African American month. Hispanic month. And I feel bad I can't do every month as a different nationality, but it kind of is what it is. What is April? What would April's theme be? October, I'm not gonna lie, is gonna be horror VTubers every time. I love horror, so it's gonna have to be that. January is... What is that? Veganawary is an annual challenge run by the UK nonprofit to promote. Oh. Is there VTubers that are like vegan VTubers? I think they're just VTubers that like are like animal VTubers. Pet month. I mean, you killed many birds with one stone with me. Horror, black, innocent. Yeah, lettuce VTubers. Lettuce. There are quite a few VTubers that are plant-based. I was seeing... Hold on. Before I start scrolling on Twitter and then get banned off of Twitch. There was a new plant VTuber that was doing... plant VTuber. Hold on. I feel like there's a lot of plant... Oh, Zura, the botanist. This guy. This person. Sorry, I don't know their gender. Shouldn't assume. Vegan would be cool. This guy. He's like a plant VTuber. He's like a whole grass tubers. Yeah, green tubers. Oh, he's got a Sacha Boy thing. Yeah, he's been popping up on my For You page. His model is very pretty. They're called... this is their... Yeah, okay, so we'll do vegan / plant. Vegan / Segan. Segan these nuts. Sorry. That's not even how that works. Sorry. It's just funny to me. It doesn't even work. That doesn't even work in a sentence. So I just saw it. I'm just like, yeah. That makes sense. Okay, sorry. Sorry. Oh, is there a food month? I would love to do food themed VTubers. Are there many food themed like there's I know of a bread, the Pan's a bread VTuber. Are there food VTubers? I know there's a jelly VTuber that I like. I have to blur my screen. I don't know if she does stuff still. She would like change color. Like she would have like TikToks where like someone's making a drink in the background and she'd change colors. Jelly Cube VTuber. I don't remember what her thing was. Thank you, Star. That changes colors. VTuber that changes colors. Where is the one? Dude, I cannot find her. Or is it like, could I look like Color Theory VTuber? Because she did a lot of Color Theory videos. Color Theory VTuber. Images. Damn, I like can't find her. But she was like a VTuber that did like a bunch of like different colors. Well, I think we should do a food one. National Ice Cream Month is... Oh, maybe we could do disability VTubers, like VTubers. No! Kiwi, no! Hi, Taylor. I reached 50. You did. Yes, you did. Okay, so July is Disability Month. So we'll look for VTubers that have disabilities. And then April, pet month, volunteer month, cancer month. I'm just gonna make that the food month. Food month. And then June is gay month. Did I already daily vibe check? Vibe checks are limited. They are actually limited per day. I'm dead. No! August is South Asian American Heritage Month? Wait, I thought May was Asian People Month. It's Asian Pacific. That's different. Asian American. South. Okay, you know what? Wait, does other thing happen in September? That's Hispanic month. I just got here a minute ago. When did you start streaming? I start streaming at 2 p.m. PST every day. What's December? December, not gonna lie, means you're gonna run out of months real fast. I have 2 left though, August and December, and I don't know what to do for those ones. Oh, like, I mean overall. Oh, I started streaming back in 2021, I think. But I did it on and off a lot. I think last year is the year I started like actually streaming regularly and trying to make it a full-time thing. I could become the number one, but do I want to hit the button that many times? Yeah, I do. One sec. No! Stop! No! Echo, no, it's okay. You don't have to. Save it for Naomi or something. No! It's been about a year. Yeah, it's been about a year. Yeah, because we started October of last year. Yeah, it's been about a year. Thank you. Thank you, Echo. Mwah. Thank you. You're keeping the lights on. You're letting me achieve my dreams. We're going to achieve your dreams. Too late. Understandable. I want to do tech VTubers. Oh, wait. When does CES happen? I hope you continue to grow. Oh, I feel the same to you, Kat. Thank you so much. I appreciate you and I love you. And thank you for getting to hang out with us. And I hope that the vibes keep vibing. It happens in January. Well, August it is. All right, December. I need a theme. What other kind of VTubers are there? VTubers. Bit war, stop it, Kiwi. Kiwi, stop that. Schmack. Stop it. I'm looking at VTuber tag. But I gotta blur my screen because I don't trust VTubers. What other category of VTubers is like fair? Because I feel like tech VTubers, maybe tech VTubers is too specific. Food, like maybe food and tech just aren't. I'm not taking away horror though. Kiwi! I can't say the threat. Sci-fi VTubers? Wouldn't that go with tech VTubers though? Sci-fi / tech? Or is that too specific though? Because like I feel like it's not going with the theme of like we are celebrating a type of person each month in a way. Like we have disability, gay, Asian, African American, women, men. Horror VTubers is what I was gonna say. What months are left? April, August, and December. I just got the title at least weighted day. What? Oh, I see. I see Echo. I see. I'm sorry, Echo. Trying to think, because maybe I do have to go back into the specificity of tech month. I love that my meat beating jokes have spun off so many stream titles. But it's my favorite thing. It's my favorite like joke to make. Don't do that. Yeah, don't spend any more money on the beatsies. I think tech VTubers could be like, what's his name? That one tech VTuber that does a lot of things. I keep forgetting I forgot his name. He's the reason why I did the check-ins, though. Check-in. Card. This one. Shindigs. Shindigs. Like shindigs. Like shindigs. We could do a fantasy month. Fantasy month. So like more fantasy based, like guild leaders, dragons, stuff like that. And we could do a sea theme, I guess. We could do like an underwater VTuber theme. Sea themed VTubers. Sure, we can do that. Content planner. Okay. I can unblur my screen now. There we go. There's always no, really, no. There's always there's always a reason to spend money on yourself. In my opinion, on yourself, like getting a yummy snack or a drink or something. All right, I gotta finish these because I do have to edit videos today. But I don't think I have anything else planned for today, so it'll just be me making emotes and then editing. You deserve that love. Take it. I'm trying. Yes, ma'am. I'm trying. I'm trying my best. You know what would be so cool now that I think about it? If in the... We couldn't do that, though, because I think some VTubers may not like it. Never mind. I was thinking of, like, it would be cool if I could have, like, a section in my background. For those of you guys who don't know. If I hide it. I made this background. And it'd be cool if we could have, like, a little, like... Almost like book. Like a tiny little book somewhere of each of the VTubers that I've ever gotten to highlight. I think that'd be cool. Just crack my joint so much it rivals the glass that holds aliens in... Just crack my joint so much it rivals the glass that holds aliens in... That's crazy. Thank you, Kat. A lot of my... This base comes from... if you look up free bases, emote bases on Twitter, you'll find the person. I think their name is Lumon. But, yeah, I'm just doing these for donators. But, yeah, my main art focus is 3D. I'm a 3D girly. I went to school for it. I'm in debt for it. So I hope I have to make something cool with it. Okay, your bangs are going to be a little bit different than in the other one, Kiwi. But I'm your art parent, so you can't be mad at me. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. I've been drinking advancedgg affiliated for a little bit too long, and I think it's hurting my throat because it's sugar water, so... 3D girl. 3D girl in a 2D world. That's another joke I like doing a lot, actually, as well. I like saying, like, I'm a hamster. Okay, I can't say that one, because that would have lead me to telling a story about a pet that's not mine. I'm a cat in a dog world. I like saying that a lot. Like, things of, like, I am X in an X world. Like, I'm a bean in a legume world. That's another one. Parmesan. I'm a non. Parmesan. Like Parmesan. Let's see. But yeah, I like saying that a lot. I'm just a shrimp in this fried rice. I'm a shrimp in a fried rice world. Yes, exactly. See, you get it. I don't know if I'll do that. I just thought of something funny that could be a redeem called Tism Check, where I make sure I talk or I redeem. It can happen like maybe like it's like a once a day thing that you guys can redeem me talking about one of my like a Tism thing I have once a day. So I make sure because it's a big self-care thing where chat wants what's best and worst. Chat what's the best and worst first date. I don't go on that many dates. I'm just a tax evader in an IRS world. Yes! Shrimp rice? I don't see a shrimp lane. You want me to be shrimp? I can be a shrimp. I think shrimp might still have hot dogs, so let me check. Am I still a hot dog? I am still a hot dog. Yippee! Let me take the rice off, though. Because I'm working. Step his game up. All of Pixels' dates are good, so I don't have, like, bad dates. Something you both love and something you both hate. Chat, what's the best and worst first dates? Something you both love and something you both hate. What? I'm confused. I've confused myself. I've also confused myself because I decided to draw in the same color. Fuck. Okay. Oh, is that because... I think I do. I think I need to invert this. I need to invert this. The face left, right to 15. Negative 15. And now when I look... Yeah, so when I look at the screen, I look normal. Cool. I'm using. I'm using. Wait, is this working right? I don't know. Are you working right? Boogie with a suitcase. I guess so. I think so. It's okay. We can all. The milk club can go on a milk club date, a mutual friend date. I'll go on a date. It'll be okay. I'll treat you to ice cream. Yeah, I can just start. I think I can start making the lines for this one. My hot dog suit. I think my hot dog suit's too big. Cause like when I look that way. Oh, now it's not on my body. I think it'll be okay. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Boop. Okay. This. Boop. 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 This is not the right color. Boop. 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 Doop. Boop. Boop. Disappear act. Why you disappear? Don't go. We love you. Oh, did I forget to close the curve? Did I not close the curve? I didn't because of a reason. Okay, cool. As long as my brain understands, I guess. La 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 la. Sauce lane. No, you in that costume? Yeah. I'm getting consumed by the hot dog, guys. This is it for me. I'm getting consumed by my hot dog. I'm just a corner of a shrimp now. That's all I am. That's all I'll ever be. Just turn and poof. Yep. Pop music. This is good. I heard a noise of a chain outside of my apartment, and I, for some reason, had PTSD, kind of. Not really PTSD, because, like, I like the noise. But, like, I thought for a split second that someone was playing on a tetherball pole. You guys know those like poles, rib strip lane? I like just you know those tetherball chains? Cause I used to live right behind an elementary school that I used to go to, and they would make this like clanking noise because the top of it had this like or like I don't know what part of it, but it would clink. There would be a clink every time it like would fully go around. And I thought I just heard that noise. I live in an apartment complex states away from my house. I don't know why I thought I just heard that, but I thought I did. Don't bite me. I'm just going crazy. I've had that happen multiple times though, where I think I hear something from home and I'm like, that can't be possible. That's not how it works here, Lane. There we go. Yeah, that works actually very well. And then boop. 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 You know what I wish I could do, chat? I wish sometimes... It's like a 50-50 thing, actually, when I think about it. I sometimes wish I could make VTuber backgrounds for streamers. There is nothing in me that's technically stopping me from starting down that path of, like, making, in my opinion, actually... Well, okay, this is a lie. I've seen good VTuber backgrounds that are made in 3D. However, there are quite a few that are done in a way where the textures aren't really... Like, for example, I think I could pull up a picture of it. For the biggest example, bro, I would commission... the problem is like, I'd have to experiment with it first. Huh, God, why I followed you in the beginning? That's valid. I don't think I do wood grain in this pass of it. Do I do it in the older passes of it? I don't know if I have a picture of said wood grain that I'm talking about, but there are some people in the VTuber space that have like wood grain on the wood, like, right? There's wood grain on, like, for example, let me just copy this image. Actually, hold on. Pure ref. Let's put this in here. The canvas is locked. I can't. Okay, let's just put this in here. So when you see like the wood grain, right? And let me do this in a draw mode. Actually, hold on. This would be easier if I just put this in paint. But essentially in 3D, oh, this is the blurred one. Cries. Don't save. Okay. So with wood grain in 3D, oh, you can kind of see it here. Right here, I have like divots in the wood. And how this wood would go is the grain would go along this way, you know? And a lot of people, because they're doing it in, they're just slapping textures on from whatever, or they're using AutoCAD, which is the easier way to make a room, to be fair, because the ratioing is easier. The wood grain will go like this, which isn't how one would cut wood for a long lumber like this. Wood grain would follow the longest length of the piece of wood, and a lot of the times, especially, and like you can see it here, the wood grain is longer, like it's following this way. And I see a lot of VTubers that don't have that. It pisses me off. Honestly, it pisses me off. It makes me, and I understand that it's such a small thing, but it's like I don't like it. It's a thing that annoys me a lot. And also, I just feel like you should have a good balance in your backgrounds, but that's just a me thing. I bet you can make a joke background that looks like a child drawing. It could blow up like Shramp. Could. I mean, I don't know. I want to at times, but guys, it took me like 4 years to make my own background that I'm happy with. And that's why I'm like nervous, because like if I were to make one for someone else, it would be a very thing where, like, I'd work on it for a long time. And there are certain things that I still don't know how to do yet. Like, I don't know how to make plushies. And I know a lot of people, or I've seen a lot of VTubers that want plushies of their friends. And I want plushies of my friends. But it's so hard for me to do. The details matters. They do. And it's like, if I'm going to make a plushie of a VTuber, it's going to be a lot of work. So I don't know. I think it's something that I definitely want to think about for, like, the long run. But for right now, I need to hone my skills in a bit harder. Because, like, I wouldn't be able to confidently make things like plushes. Wouldn't a plushie be a chibi with textures? Kind of, yeah. But, like, the problem is I'm kind of anal about how I do. Like, for example, for all my mods, Elaine's too OCD for plushies. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I've tried very hard in my past few years to try to make them. Because I want to make ones for all my mods. And for everyone who's helped me through the years. And it's very hard. Because I have to, like, model hair. I'm good at making props. You know? I'm good at being like, oh, tee-hee, a pillow. Oh, tee-hee, a cup. The rest was kind of hard. Kind of what now? It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard for me. I feel like a goober, but it is kind of hard for me to do plushies because I'm very anal about the way that they look. Oh, kind of anal? Yeah, like OCD about it. I'm very specific about how my plushies look. Like, I have an example. You could create a library of assets that you have and then use them for backgrounds. That is true. Maybe a subathon activity could be art challenges. I guess. No, that's valid. That's the wrong one. Where's I made one for pixels. Never heard that word except in the other term. Really? Yeah, no, in my context, in the way I'm talking about it, anal means, like, I'm being very particular about it. It's really nice to hear someone speak about their expertise in things and what they notice that we may not notice. Oh, yeah, definitely. That's why I love, like, listening to illustrators, like people who do 2D art, especially because I don't understand 2D art a lot of the times. The way my brain breaks down things is in very, very simple 3D shapes. And if I can't understand how to do it in very simple 3D shapes, my brain cries. That's why, like, often you might hear me say I don't know how to do 2D art. Because I don't know how to break things down into 2D shapes more than I know how to break things down into 3D shapes. But I'm learning. Yeah, here's a Pixels plush. I don't think I moved it. Okay, so this is the Pixels this is Pixels' plush. This is based off of his hair. I try to make it very stylized. This shit took me 3 months. It's short for anal retentive. I didn't know that. Well, that's the foundation of what we do in 3D art. It has, well, that's the foundation of what we do with 2D art. It has to be done in 3D. Yeah. Yeah, it's just hard. Because, like, also, like, for example, I really wanted stylized hair with this. Like, I have Biff, the Biff model. Where's the Biff model? Final exports. Where's Biff? And at the time, where did it go? Oh, is it tiny? Oh, it is tiny because this scene is large for some reason. I don't know how the fuck I did this. I made this original plush. Oh, this is not the right one, actually. This was the old one. Milk Club Revisited exports Unreal. Where's Biff? Where's my beef? Plants, others, plants, water. Where's Biff? I said Biff. Alright, I gotta shower soon. I gotta take long showers. Bye. Love y'all, new friends. Well, thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good shower. We'll be here for the rest of the night if you decide to come back. But yeah, I had this, like, Bish play. Anal retentive Elaine. And I ended up remaking her because I didn't like the proportions of the old one. But like, I don't know how I did this hair. This hair, I don't know how I did it. And it looks cool and it looks great and I like it. It looks very good in the scene. And I don't know how I did it, honestly. And then I did Pixels' hair and it kind of sort of made more sense on how to do it, I think. But because the time it took for me to get to this one was so long, my brain just died. Leaves or blades? Yeah, essentially. It's just like, I don't remember how I curved these because there's like 10 million ways to make hair in 3D. There's no one right way. And that breaks my brain. Because there's also not a very efficient way to make hair in 3D. It's a lot of like, oh, you take the thing, you place it, and then you move it around and hope for the best. Yeah, if I did the same thing I did to his hair with her hair, it would look kind of funky. But like, if his hair was to be simplified into that, like, it looks funky. And so it's a whole thing for me in my brain. And I still like Biff's hair more. I just don't know how I curved it in the way that I did. Like, I don't know how I did this. But that's okay. That's okay. I don't mind the other plushies being softer. Can you save a state to use as a base, like brushes in other programs? Kind of. Do you only use 3D for Maya? I do. I am too lazy to learn Blender because Blender doesn't have hotkeys in the way Maya does. I like visual hotkeys because if I can't see the button, it doesn't exist because I have poor, what's it called? If it's not there, it doesn't exist kind of thing. I'm okay enough to help, and I'll set of you right now. I specialize in 2D, but not much about 3D. That's okay. It's just like, if the shapes, the thing is, like, if the shapes look weird, no matter if you do 3D or 2D, shapes will look weird. But yeah. The thing is, like, to do the thing like Kiwi, like you're talking about, I'd have to take it into ZBrush. And I've taken it into ZBrush, which is more of like a sculpting thing, like, where you can make a brush off of a stamp and then, like, kind of make it, but that is also hard, and my little baby brain doesn't like taking a super long time on small prop objects. Like, I'll take a moderate amount of time if it's something that, like, I really want to put detail into. I mean, fuck, I took 3 years to do, 4 years to do my background, but dude, hi Asparagus, how you doing? Welcome on in. Got any fun veggie facts for us today? But I don't know. Maybe I'll mess around with that at some point this week. Probably not though, because this week, let's see what we're doing this week. This week we have to do these emotes. I have some videos to edit for upcoming TikToks. I have to work on my debut stuff too at some point. It's not that big of a deal, but I really want to finish that's Stinger, man. I'll be honest, I'm a little burnt. In the lore video, I'm also a little burnt. I'm a little burnt on both. Actually, I'll just do one for now. But we'll get through it. Ain't nothing gonna stop us. We just might take a little bit to finish it. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. I like this song. It's silly, but I also like it. So, I'm gonna show up mini skirt. Cautions, you're 100 proof. Blah blah blah. Very nice bra. I want this guy. I went back mid range. She seems kind of strange. No, I don't. I only have a friend. You got what I need. And you say he's just a friend. And you say, Brussels sprout fact of the day. Britons eat more Brussels sprouts than any other nation in Europe. Our sprout industry is worth 650 million euro, and the area cover. Dude, no, that makes sense. Cause did you know what? I actually met someone I'm close to. Let me meet their boyfriend for the first time, and he's from the Britain, and apparently, Brussels sprouts are so important that like it is a staple for Christmas. Like it is a staple for Christmas. It's like not having pumpkin pie on Thanksgiving if you can't have it. I think probably the biggest trick that might help would be developing a unique style, kind of like with claymation. Oh yeah, that's why like I have like the base body that I like a lot. It's just hair sucks dick. Hair is hard. Hair is hard, man. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, he's just a friend. You got what I need. Hair is also complex in 2D, so I admire you for even doing it in 3D. It's cool. Thank you. Also, it's like, I told chat, because chat has asked this of me a few times. Wood hard and other peens. I like this. Call me hard because I'm wood, you know. Sorry. Why, as a 3D artist, am I a 2D VTuber? And that's because it's really hard to make 3D VTubers, and I kind of don't want to. But if we did become full-time, I would do it. If we became a full-time streamer, I would stream the process of me learning how to make my own 3D VTuber. I think I'd do it in the style of it would look exactly like my 2D model, except it's 3D. Though, to be fair, I think that's how it would look. Is door 3. And I think the hardest part is hair is actually my favorite. I love doing hair in 2D. Like, it's so pretty. I like the curves and stuff, and I think it's fun. But it's a pain in the fucking ass, bro. It's hard in 3D. Because I gotta think about how it looks at other angles. So I do not like thinking about things like, well, it's not that I don't like thinking about it. It's a fun challenge to think about how different angles would affect how the model looks. But at the same time, can it be a pain in the butt? Because, like, you'll be like, oh my god, this side looks so full. This piece of hair looks great. And then you turn it slightly to the left, and there's a big old bald spot. And then you're like, okay. But then if you try to fix that big old bald spot, guess what? Now on the side that it looked good, you now have this big old clump. And it's kind of like, ew. Because you don't want to have that big old clump there. Because then it just looks like it's way too much. And then you're like, well, gee shucky darn, what do I do now? I don't know why, but when I said gee shucky darn, it feels bad to say. I think it's just because that's what my grandpa would say. My grandpa would say gee shucky darn a lot. And then my grandmother would get mad at him like it was a bad word. So I feel like I'm saying a bad word. Is shucky darn like is that a bad thing to say? Would I get canceled? I never heard that in my life. Okay, cool. So probably not that bad of a word then. Cool. Thank you for the headbands. See, now that we're talking about it, I want to work on it. I want to work on the little plushies. I've never heard it either. Oh, okay, cool. Imagine. Gee, shucky darn. Oh, Elaine! How could you say that? That's a macro aggression against so-and-so. And then I cry. I fucking just cry. Into the night, the greens, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. This moment to troll, some real intense gosh darn right there. Yeah, and like, it's so funny. My grandpa used to say nuts and shucky darn a lot. Those were his like two like big bad words, I guess. My grandma's supposed to want it. Shucky. Okay. Okay. How was that for her? She liked being a shucky? That feels bad to say as well. I think it's that word. I feel like shucky just feels kind of bad to say. I don't think I'm gonna say it anymore. 20 years from now, I'm a big streamer. I'm in the top 0.1%. And then shucky becomes a really bad word. And I get canceled. Imagine, dude. That'd be so... That would be so... It would be very ironic and funny, but it'd be very unfortunate at the same time. Getting canceled for the shuck. Damn, Lane. Thought you were better than this. I thought I knew you. Wait, what did I do? You shed the word. What word? Shuck. That's also hard because it's like you can shuck an ear of corn. I don't know why, but it feels like that word could be a bad word. I don't know why. It feels like in my bones I'm saying a very bad word. You shuck too many shucks. Call me corn because I'm shucked. I still feel bad. You can shuck. Oh, that's true. Make your own bad word, make it popular, then get canceled for using it. I'd be so popular. Because then it would become like certain words, right? Where it's kind of like, well, this word isn't that bad of a word, so why is it canceled, you know? Am I forgetting anything? Oh, I'm forgetting your... You shucked your last shuck. It sounds like I'm saying suck, but with a lisp, which is also funny. When you shuck up my cough to like corn. That one I also like a lot. That phrasing I like a lot too, but I'm bad at that one. I can't like I stroke on my beef till I'm off. Like I that one's like hard. Like my brain can only it goes huh. There we go. There you go, Kiwi. Second one done for the day. Have you not heard that? Looks like today is a so young. It might be. When I hear Pinto or Pinto, she garbanzo. Oh no. I had one. It was like a hat. It was a hat idea, wasn't it? Wendy, my goon, until what was that? It's the hag one. Oh, I don't know where that one went. It's because I did that one. Strogan, my beef noff, sneef noff, leaf noff. Okay, I gotta send Kiwi this one. Yeah, there's that one, and then there's this one. These are some. I know it's great. It's great. They're just great. I love them very much. Okay, Kiwis is done. All right. Okay. Open recent. Who? Fox wanted an angel. I think. Let me make sure Fox wanted an angel. Angel emote would be cool. Copy image. I have to screenshot this image because there's a part of it that I can't show on stream because I realize it is censored in a way where you can still see what the thing is. Okay. It's totally a random Tuesday. It is. Angel base file. Fox. And I think Buster's is a devil. I think let me close this notepad. Yes, Buster's a devil. Okay. Okay, this, and then I need to screenshot this. Very cool art. We love it a lot. 10 out of 10. I just can't show their naked form, or else I'm gonna get banned off of Twitch. Boop, boop, boop. I ran out of coffee. No! I mean, do you still need coffee though? It's pretty late in the day. It's pretty late in the day. Do you still need more coffee? Skin. Nar. Clear. Nar. I like his hair. His hair's cool as fuck. I still got so much to do for this animatic. Okay, fair. Fair. But you can also get energy from other things. Like, you could make, like, a balanced meal. That could help a lot. I notice when I eat a pretty balanced meal, it helps. Like, eggs. Eggs and bread. Little fruit on the side. That tends to help. Their eyelashes are, like, black. So, I guess we'll keep them black. I already ate. Don't let it settle. You gotta let that food settle on in so that way it can metabolize. It can metabolize. Alright, I gotta make the ears pointy. I had curry with naan. Ooh. Ears go up. I want them to be sharper. Yes, but then I want the bottom half to go. Sounds delish, I know. Maybe like that. They're not as wide out as I'd make them. They're also a bit too tall, I think. I think they should be shorter. Do 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 do. Okay, what if, okay, on God, though, like, what if we had a redeem? Instead of break time, we had tism time. And that's when you guys redeem it, and you guys, it's essentially, hey, Elaine, tell me something a little tistic that you like, and then I talk about it for a little bit. So it's like it's a please sidetrack yourself redeem. Essentially. I'm thinking about it. There's so many redeems I want to make. Kiwi. You piss on by yourself? Vampire ramen. Why does your ramen smell like blood? Does it have a lot of iron in it? Makes sense if it had a lot of iron in it, I guess. They've got like a gradient on their ear that I want to make sure that I am acknowledging. Boop. There you go. Okay, I think that's good for this ear. Actually, I don't like the center line. The center line seems a bit too light now. There's no more Shin Ramen. They have an earring of a tooth. Go crazy on you. I'd be lazy. Yeah, they're like beads. So I got embarrassed at Asian market the other day. How come? What happened? What happened? What happened? Is it 111? 121? 101? There we go. Okay. And then it's golden. Golden. Did they offer you a fork? Okay. And then I gotta make a tooth. I make a tooth. I ended up going to pick up dinner the third time. Well, I ended up going 3 times to pick up dinner, and the third time they were like, "You're back." Oh. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. They were just trying to be friendly, you know? I guess, maybe. Boop. Boop. middle. Alt. These ones go out. Maybe they were just trying to be friendly. Yeah, it's not always like a, yeah, maybe they're not trying to embarrass you. They're just trying to be friendly. This way. This way. Oh, what the fuck? I don't know what that button did. Oh, I don't know what that button does. Why was it embarrassing? You're a regular, your regular... He said, "Oh, Chopper, do you know Ace?" Wait, what prompted that? It was within an hour. Yeah, so it was like a pretty short time span. What prompted them to ask if you like One Piece? And also, was it an old person? Oh. Alright, and then I want to cut this in half. Because I don't want to deal with it. Minus. Wayward son, there'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Cry no more. I think I gotta make this shorter. This is also quite small. I say as I realize that that's just gonna how it be 0.5. I think I need to just I'd say 40s maybe. Okay, that's not the weirdest. Yeah, that's pretty tooth-like. I think this needs to come down actually though. I miss all the culture stores I was nearby back home. Well, at least you're not too far. I got pork pie and some fish ice cream. Is it the one where it's like it looks like a fish? It's got like red bean paste or chocolate on the inside because that's my favorite ice cream. You're oh fuck yeah. Honestly, I think I was supposed to angle them up just a wee bit more. And then remove this one and this one. I got 3 boxes of vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate. Oh, bruh. That sounds so good. I like the strawberry ones quite a bit. True. There's also no restaurant supply stores around here, so I can't buy my stuff by the case. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a Costco, though? Maybe not as cost efficient, but is there a Costco? I think his blush is purple. I think this man's blush be purple, chat. Oops. Yeah. Weird. I feel like there'd be some near a college. I think it depends on the area. It depends on where you live, I feel like, as well. I just realized how ornate Fox's clothes are. Let me sketch that first, because that is a bit intimidating in my brain. Shift N. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, this is gonna annoy me if I can't make it symmetrical, because then I don't know where it sits. Oops. It's not a college town, so I have to go out of my way. The uni is built around the city instead of city around it. That makes sense. Or, like, that makes sense why you would not be able to find things like that then. Okay, so then it goes, like, up. Up. And then this one goes here. And then this goes like this. And then he has... For you, wait, what's on? And then we'd have the line, and then we're gonna make it flare up, and then the line, and then flare up. However, this also means I'm in the city, so I get to do all the cool things and eat cool food. That's valid. That's very valid. All right, give me that pink. Because now I gotta want to do their hair, which... It's kind of centered point here, I think. So it's a little, like, to the side. The head is, like, rotated, so it's like... Shunk. Shunk. And then... It's like this. I really like Fox's character. It looks cool. It's like that. Boop. Nope. 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 I hope they don't mind that I'm simplifying this. And I'm gonna be honest, I can't really draw the whole very ornate clothing that they have. Okay, so there's this front piece. Like that. And then they have like one strand that goes here. Ooh, this is hard for little Shrimp Lane. Her brain is frying. Okay, and then one more here. Okay, and then, oops. And I'll look at my other monitor. Hello, Rainer. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Thank you for the pap. Okay, and then... nature. Whoop, whoop. And then... and then this one will go up. And then out. And then they have one more strand that kind of connects lower, like in the middle here. And then goes like here. So this will connect to the rear hair. I think. Yeah, like that. Man, next time I never age bar, I'll buy a case of this stuff. I don't eat nearly as much rice as I did. So wait, do you want to buy more or less? I'm confused. Do you want more or less? Okay, I think that's their hair. More? Okay, got it. Well, I'm glad you're liking it. Give me the burn. But what about your asshole? Won't it hurt your asshole? That's the only thing I don't like about, like spicy stuff. Like, I love spicy stuff. I just don't like it when it burns my butt after. I don't know how I want to do this. I think I'm just going to do it like... Nope, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's do it this way then. One. And then I need... They're eating stuff so spicy. I've put ice there. I will be fine with this. That, you know what? I commend you for your bravery there, soldier. That's like just the only feeling I don't super like about eating spicy food is that. But, you know, fair game, fair game. And then lock. And then this is black. Black. And then if I reverse, boop, 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 boop. I don't know how good this is, but we'll find out. Maybe the song request. To both of you, thank you. I want this to line up like that, and then come back up. And then what color is their robe? It is 2 colors. It is blue on the bottom and black on the top. That's fine. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Let's close the curve. Yeah, and then we can just do it like this. Yeah, there you go. Oh, Shrimplane, what is your wisdom? Eat Costco hot dogs! Get Costco hot dogs! They taste good. That is my advice. Do you like hot dogs? You get them from Costco. They sell the ones that you can get from the deli. They're actually really good. You should try them sometime. For $3.50, get a big ass hot dog and a drink. Exactly. And like if you want to go shopping, you know, it's like a little treat afterwards. It's really nice. All right. I need the gold. Make this darker. Okay, you a dog, a drink, and a slice of pizza. Yeah, put the slice of pizza. Actually, you know what my actual advice is? If you go to Costco and you get a piece of cheese pizza and you get a hot dog, also put the hot dog in the pizza. That's my advice. Do that. It tastes good, I promise. Get like a cheesy hot dog out of it. It's pretty good. was actually pretty good. You guys should try that. It's pretty great. I tried it yesterday. It was pretty good. I always put the free onions on the pizza. I don't know. I remember if our place has onions. Oh, there's a line that goes up. Boop. 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 And then we gotta make the top half black. And then I'm gonna put that in. They do. I miss the sauerkraut. I miss the sauerkraut too. I think I was there in the times when they had sauerkraut at my own Costco. But I don't think they do it here, unfortunately. Because I know they had it in Colorado. Boop. Yeah. It might be a Michigan thing, though, because onions on hot dogs are more common than relish here. That's valid. I think we had both relish and sauerkraut in Colorado. I just don't remember. The heart gem. You got a little heart gem. Layer, convert to curves. Boop. And this little gem goes in here. It's upside down. Boop, boop. I'll make the outline 0.5 just because it's so small. Pretty much always put onion on mine. It's peak. Onions are things most cocktails don't have. Just a little cups. Just a little cups. I think the clothes be looking pretty closey. I gotta do... This is a good song. I gotta do the hair now. Cause when I arrive, I take the fire, make you come alive. This is forgot. Let it rock, let it rock, let it rock. And then we make this a 1. And then, whoop. Finger to the world, to the world, to the world. And then this one, and then this one goes up, out, down. Guys, how is it already like almost 7 p.m.? Guys, what happened to the day? Guys, where has my day gone? Did you guys steal the hours of my day again? Boop, boop. Outline color. In color. This goes on the B. I ate it. Sorry, we traveled through time. Love happened. Maybe. Oh goodness. Oh goodness, guys. What am I gonna do with you guys? Other than hang out with you every single day for the rest of my life. Okay. Let me think. I have to do their bangs, and then the little side bangs that are between their ears and their body. And I think that's it for this one. Beep. Beep, 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 beep. Thank you for the wellness check. Am I hungry? I think I'm okay. I don't think I'm hungry. Do I need anything? Do I need the restroom? Nope. I think I'm good. Okay. No, I'm good. I'll just drink some water. Okay. Ooh! Thank you for the safe check. As you I could say things you do. And then there's this piece. And then this piece. And then this piece. Ah! I don't know why, but I thought this was like the gay cowboy song for a second. You guys know what I'm talking about? That one gay cowboy song? Well, they have like a lot more hair than I have drawn strands for. It, like, goes down. And the gay cowboy song. I added it to the queue. No, I got it. Don't worry. I got it. Don't worry. If we will play it, it'll come up. It's okay. You can spend your points on not gay cowboy songs. I don't know why I thought of it. It just kind of popped into my brain. There's a Honkai Star Rail version, so I'll do that. There's a Honkai Star Rail version? Actually? Huh. I didn't know that. It's just like this one, but a lot more butt stuff. Is this one? But this one doesn't seem to have butt stuff. This one just seems a pretty normal country song. It's just a normal Luke Bryan song. Just kind of feels a little gay. Ain't nothing wrong with being a little gay with the homies sometimes. Ooh. There we go. Hey Lane, do you want to play Pepper Coyote Roulette? Pepper? I'm afraid of whatever this is. What is this? Oh yeah, bet. Do it. Heads or tails? Tails. Dancing on my booty cheeks, you know the way he rides. I can hardly breathe when he's mapping deep inside. Bum, bum, dum, bum, dum, bum. Is this a song? It is a song. Hold on. I'll turn it up. Play it, Vexed. Don't pussy out. I'll be a cowboy. Hold on. Oh, wrong thing. Taking my soup, making it a little smaller. Well, that's like not a bad idea, actually. Where's my cowboy hat? Oh, I threw it away, didn't I? Hold on. I can do it this way. Dancing on my booty cheeks. I love the way he rides. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? When he... Ah, this one. Wait. Oh my god. It's so like perfect. Hold on. Let's put it on my tail. Sure. Also be a hot dog, but like different hot dog. Bro put his whole pussy in it. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, we won roulette. Yes! Dancing off my booty cheeks. I love the way he rides. I quit. Oh, welcome in. We're just showing the homie some love right now. Hope you're doing well. It's okay. I can bring it back in. Cause I hummed it a little bit. I can bring it back in. Don't worry. Okay, this one's this one's the Honkai Star Rail one. Oh, he said forking though. Put that gun away. This one's, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be completely frank, this one's a little less gay, and it makes me sad. This one's like a little less gay, and it's like a little saddening. I'm gonna be completely frank, it makes me sad that it's not as gay. Cybernetics have built-in sensors, so it's so sick and twisted. I like how gay the other one sounded. Yes! Yes! Dark Lord VT, welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Thank you for the follow. I hope you like our gay cowboy vibes. I need there is no like horse. Oh, ha, 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 Thanks, Pixels. I'll edit that into a TikTok later. I'm pants, so I'm down. Fuck yeah, me too, buddy. Well, come on in. Welcome to the Milk Club every day. I hope you enjoyed that. I sure did. Your pan, learn something new every day. Yeah, I love everybody. I'll fry your eggs pretty good too. I want to listen to whatever Vex just put on. I don't usually do that. Good lady boobs. I want more gay. I like that it censored that, but it didn't censor horsecock. Just putting that out there, by the way. Okay, Angel Fox is done. I didn't shade it. Oh, man. I don't want... Oh, I forgot. I also did this wrong because all hair should have a black outline, not a colored one. Shit. Automod is weird. Automod is weird. Though, I think it says more about me than anything else, to be fair. That just tells you that we've talked about horse pee-pee a few more times. I'm not hating for real. Oh my god, Vexed! Okay. 13 times, damn. Gay, homosexual, gay. I mean, fair. Oh, rip. Damn, this is a good-ass song to play afterwards, too, though. Damn, this is a good-ass song, though. I like this song. Hi, love. Hi, Mew. Gonna hit on my who just want to say hi. No problem. Thank you for stopping by. I love you. Waddling off for the night. Happy arting and take care, y'all. Good night, Nami. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for the raid. Sleep well. Have a wonderful night. Where's the suit and tie? Down the 65 in early July. I'm sorry if we were a bit weird with the whole butt stuff. That wasn't actually butt stuff, but was kind of butt stuff. But I appreciate you being here. I once got banned for talking about scat music. I got unbanned. Oh, is it because they don't know that it's shrimp? Yes, I am currently shrimp. You are the reason why I wish to be shrimp, actually. I saw your video about being a shrimp, and then I was like, oh, I must be shrimp. is dying just a little bit because there's a lot of art. A lot of art. I've been better trying to stay positive and trying to take my mind off of stuff. Understandable. Well, I'm here for you. You know, my DMs are always open for you, Quets. I love you. And I mean that. So if you ever need anything, just feel free to let me know. If you just need someone to vent to, like, honestly, like, if you just need someone to vent to get it off your shoulders, feel free to message me. Okay. Oh, it's peak phys. It is. It really is. No one can judge you if you're just a shrimp, honestly. But I understand Quetzal, and I think that regardless of how the actuality of the situation, you know, it's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all, you know? And if they don't like you, fuck them, man. If I wasn't taken, you know how much I would, if I wasn't already taken, how much I would die to have a goddess like you. Okay, all right. I love you. Rare occurrences. I find a video I've interested from a YouTube short, and they're actually live. Yo, I'm live every day. Holy shit, from YouTube shorts though. Yo, that's sick as fuck. On God, thank you for seeing my stuff and stopping by. You're the first person I think that's coming from YouTube, though. So that's really cool. Welcome on in. Hope you're having fun. You post YouTube shorts? It's the same. TikTok and YouTube shorts are the same. They're just at a different pace. YouTube's like 2 weeks behind my TikTok. Woo! Pixel just sent me a picture, and I love it. I'm saving this. I don't know where he got this. This is going by Machine. Somewhere. I don't know where. Maybe this one? Oh, it's a WebP. Oh, it's because I did it weird. Oh, okay. I like Rammstein. I do. Okay, I'm conflicted. All right, I want to hear your guys' thought. Yesterday, Pocky told us. I did not fact check this, so please fact check this yourself. I like Rammstein. I think Rammstein is cool. However, there has been news that we were told by a chatter that Rammstein has gotten into some stuff with some controversial stuff. We'll put it that way. So please fact check me on it, because I don't want to be wrong, and I don't want it to say that that's the truth. But unfortunately for now, we're going to be skipping that song. So I'm just putting that out there. Bonk. Oh no, why did this get funky? I'm sure, but you got this. You are strong. You are beautiful. Quetz is literally a goddess, so saying. Just saying. Yeah. I should really do this on all of them, but I don't want to do shadows anymore. I don't want to do shadows anymore. But I gotta do it. I did it on everyone else's. I can't just not do it on Fox's because I'm tired of doing vector stuff. I thought I take this with the emotional stuff. Oh, no. So fair. Fair. No, that makes so much sense. I am the same way. I much rather physical pain, and I'm sure a lot of people feel that way as well, where it's like, you'd much rather take physical pain than emotional pain. You know? I think that's pretty good. Yeah. Save. Okay. But we have one more to do for today, which will take the devil base. File save as. This is Buster. Downloads. Oh, here it is. Can I just manifest these into existence to box them toe to toe? What? To what? Manifest what? Generally, there's a time frame for healing from physical injury. Emotion stuff, though, no defined end. Exactly. No one teaches you how to heal from emotional stuff. You just kind of exist in it. Alright, time to do our last emote of today. Which I gotta scroll. Copy image. I forgot to do that. Okay, and then boop, lock. I don't know if we'll see the ears, but I gotta make sure that I'll keep them on just in case. So I don't know if they actually are on in this case. Negative emotions, just make them into physical form and beat the crap out of them. Oh yeah, Quets. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, do it. Put them, make them into a squashmallow and then punch them. Bro, I love this song. Okay, so we got that, and then I take these colors. Okay, they do have an eye color. Their eye color, I think, is just blue. This place longer to escape. I give. Yeah. Let's go there. So let's go with our escape. Let's go there. What else can we say? Can you take me higher? To a place where blind men see. Can you take me higher? There we go. To a place where golden see. Oh wait, I gotta do like this and then lock it. There's no tongue though. I don't know what color the tongue is. Also, I forgot to fix the ear to have the right color on here. Oh, my edges. Oh, okay. Okay. Chugga chugga choo choo. Everything. This is a very interesting hair shape, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know how to draw this, but we're gonna try our best. So I think it'd be like, I need a different color. We gotta escape. Come on, let's go there. What else can we take? You take me higher to a place where blind men see. I feel like I wanna, but I know it's gonna suck. Besides, I have no confirmation of the situation. Quetza, is there any food or activity that'll make you feel better? Because, like, without confirmation, you know, you're kind of, and I'm sure you understand, kind of worrying for nothing. But if you can focus on that energy on, like, something creative or something fun, you know, maybe you can make a good time bad. Or bad time good. Sorry, I'm stupid. Yeah, it's silly. No, bark. Not silly. No, it's not silly. You take that back. You take that. I'll bite you, Quetza. I'll bite you, and it's gonna hurt. It's not gonna feel nice. It's gonna hurt. I'm gonna bite you on your, like, finger or something. Wait, can I have an angry face? I think I have an angry... I'll bite you, okay? No, it is not silly. How you feel is valid, okay? I just, you know, I don't... It's hard to see you sad, you know? But, like, you know, you can always try to put it into something fun. Or, you know, you could write a little entry, a diary entry on how you feel. Well, I'm not wrong with that either. I think I'm doing this inner part wrong. I think this inner part is meant to be like this. Higher to a place where grime and sea. I think it's supposed to be like this. A bit more curved, maybe? I feel like I'm not, like, accentuating out these enough. This is really cute. Wait, imagine. That'd be cute. Anywho. I think I gotta accentuate out the star a little bit more. I'm gonna break this up into this. It's like more up though. Like it's more like this. And like it would end here on the chin. I just don't want to minimize like the volume that this hair has. The bump along the hoot at the ram let my ding dong. I don't know how to draw, dude. Like, I think this makes sense. I think this needs to come down more. I'm sorry, Buster, if me drawing your hair is bad. I'm doing my best. I think I need to hide the ear. I think the problem is that a lot of the real estate from the ear is taking away from the hair, like, indent. Round and the ram ding dong, round to the ram ding dong. Okay, cause like this one, it's like this. It's like coming in. Right, and then it's like coming down, and then it's coming back up, and then this one, it's still coming down, right, and then we have this part that's going up, and this part that's going out, and this part that's kind of more like this, and then this part that would kind of come a bit more like this. And then I think there would be like an overlap because of the angle, because it's like at 3/4. I think it's hurting so much because I had to put all my eggs in one basket, and the basket is currently mid-flight in the air, matched with someone and felt they were the one. Quetza, do you want to hear a funny story? that I think might make you feel better. When I first talked to Pixels, so I had talked to Pixels before. We were classmates. We went to college together. We didn't know that we liked each other until after we graduated, okay? And we hadn't really video called before. And at one point, you know, we were flirting, and I was like, hey, we should, like, hang out and video call and stuff like that. I was so nervous that day. I drank to make myself feel more confident to talk to a cute boy, that I drank so many Mike Hard's lemonade that I ended up throwing up. And then being like, I threw up. That was our first, like real voice chat with one another. I just got home. I look pretty so far. Oh, I'm glad you like it. The hair. I'm trying to make the hair look good. Cause my brain is stupid. But yeah, that was my first call with Pixels. And he couldn't. And the problem was, he wasn't mad at me for doing it, but the problem was is he couldn't take care of me because we were states away from each other. And now look, fucking 3 years, 2 years, however fucking years later, I'm still with him. Jellystar is stupid. No, Jellystar is cute. I just want it to look like a star. And you know what? He still loves me. And if the person really cares about you, Quets, you having an somewhat awkward voice call isn't gonna change whether they love you or not. Because if they love you, that stuff matters. Thank you for the story. I lulled. She started spilling her drinks at 6 and kept fucking going. Yup. I was nervous. And that's what yeah. So I hope that makes you feel better, because everybody's gonna do stupid stuff in their life. Okay, I think I did it. And now I just need to make the bangs. Which go... Yeah. You'll be okay, Quiets. That's not what I expected the DJ to say. Yeah, you'll be okay, Quiets. If I can literally self-sabotage myself and turn out okay, I think you'll be okay. Ow, ow, ow. Oh my god, is that the Wackinator? What's up, Wacky? How you doing, bud? Strong emotes. Ghosty says hi. Hi! Hi! Hi, Ghosty! We love you. Hope you're having a good time. Oh my god, it's wacky. It is wacky. I think I fucked this up a little bit. Yeah, I did just a little bit. This needs to come down a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And then, like, I'm gonna make your hair a little bit messy just because I can and I like to. Fuck making things clean. Oh my god, it's Wacky. Hi, Wacky. Or do I not matter? You matter. You matter. They just might not have the time to stop by fully, you know? And they're just stopping by for a quick hello, goodbye. Yeah. Let me look. Baby! I think it looks good. You gotta fix that butt, though. That ain't a chunky baby butt. That's just a weird side spread doggy butt, though. It looks good, though, otherwise. And then this one goes like this. I need a different color because I can't tell what I'm doing. And then like this. It's like more junk in the trunk. Here, I'll copy image. Can I paste it? Okay. So doggy need. Why isn't it showing it? My fumble was freezing. I sort of sounded boring, but she was also tired. I texted her 3 different times. I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, they could have had a very busy day. It's a Tuesday. I want to be surprised if they were busy. Maybe they stayed up too late thinking about you. Okay, so oh fuck, my mouse is fucked. Okay, but need more chunky. But need more chunk. And like here should have like a little. But I think it's like good overall. Like these are just like nitpickets of like, yeah, that's what I can do with the rig. So I switch to manual soon. Yeah. These were like my only comments of like, you know, just make these parts chunkier when you do it. So like the butt's gonna have to come down and like, I would say almost be like this. So it's like flat at the bottom. You know? But yeah, that's the only thing. Thick, yeah, because it's gonna be a fat little rune Dracton puppy. Another chunk to the bones on the right. Yeah. Da Vinci's being stupid. Okay. There you go. Trying to think. And then I think this is more like up here, and then like it comes out and then up and then like this. And then we have like the little bit that goes here. And then this comes down more, and then we have the other side that goes out. And then out like this. Stay. Hey, hey, oh, hey, stay. Yeah, I think that's like everything. Yeah, alright, cool. Okay, now we make the things. My brain thinks really hard because it's a little dumb. Oh, I guess, do you think the arms are in a good place? Have a bit of trouble to figure that one. Yeah, I think they're fine. I think you could make them like press up more because a lot of the weight's going to be on the front paws. So almost like locking the elbows in for the front, because like think babies are front heavy. So a lot of their weight's on the front of them, or like the center bottom kind of thing. If that makes sense. Your story made me feel a little better. The shadow monster messing with me stopped and sat in the corner. He's not gone, but not as oppressive. Good. Fuck that guy in a non-sexy way. Fuck that monster, man. In a non-sexy way. Guy can suck a dong. Boop. 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 That was wrong. People think I'm bunker. Someone just think I'm free. I'm glad my story made you feel better, though. I was thinking, I was like, how could I make Quetz feel better? I know. You said it reminded me of a Key and Peele skit. What? What? What kind of skit? I want to see. I'm slightly worried, but I still want to see. Because if it's funny, then I made you think of something funny. But if it's a bit embarrassing, same, I guess. Give me the slip. Not in a sexy way? Yeah, fuck that monster, not in a sexy way. Not everything deserves to have things done in a sexy way, you know? But I just not for free. There's nothing crazy about me. So the vid? Okay, cool. Let me watch it. Boop. 2 church lazies versus... yeah, too late for that. Nah. Dude, that was amazing. I love that. I thought that it was gonna be like Satan appears and then they get afraid or whatever and they're like, oh, I'm sorry, we didn't, you know. But I love they stuck to their guns. They're like, all this shit we're gonna do to Satan, we did it, bro. We rode that dick and we snapped it off, brother. That was amazing. That's 10 out. I'm saving that. Saving that a watch list. That was amazing. I love that. That was amazing. I love that. I'm gonna say that from now on, though. I'll be like, I hope this person sucks a dick with my prayers, though. With my prayers, though. I like that. That's so funny. You what? Listen. It's not me. It was the old women standing their ground against the adversary, Satan himself. God damn, dude. You know, if we had old women work working that hard against, you know, Satan himself, I don't think we'd ever hear of sin. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think sin would be a thing if we had old women just having that kind of audacity in real life. They got a lot of awesome, even their Psycho Clown one. I do like their skits a lot. I do like Key and Peele a lot. Key and Peele is very funny. Okay, I have to use the restroom really quick. So I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be back, and then we'll finish Buster's emo, and then we're gonna do some video editing. My game is so hard that I thought I lost all the work, but I just pressed the wrong button. Damn! Don't spook yourself like that. I'll be right back. I love you guys. Oh, sorry. I was clicking buttons and I clicked the wrong button. Thank you, Bestie, for what? What's happening? Oh, what's happening? Oh, my headset's dying. I was like, I forgot to do something. It's because I forgot to change the battery in my headset. Battery in my headset. Thanks, Elaine. Welcome back. Thank you. I don't know what I did, but thank you for the thanks. Okay, so this would come in a little bit more. And then the color is this one with a black outline. Why is it playing on my phone now? This computer. And then I want to make sure that this looks good, so I'm just going to put this below here. I'm going to make this 50%. There we go. That's pretty good. And then I'm going to do the back. I think like here, here, here. Hope this looks okay. I'm like worried that it'll look a little funky. Hey, Diana, no. We are listening to Michael Jackson right now. That could be the suspect. She's like, you've been looking at dogs all day long and it's offending me.
She was sitting on my desk while I was doing that, watching.
Well, yeah, then I'm not surprised she's a bit offended at you.
She came over to watch your stream as you were watching Key and Peele, and I was like, it's the good shit. She's like, I don't know about this.
Aw, she didn't want to hear about how old women were gonna ride Satan's dick and snap it off. Dude, that was fucking crazy. On God. No, I don't think I've seen a lot of them, but like, God, I just love that they stuck to their guns. Like, they said that they were gonna fuck up Satan if he showed his face, and he did.
Key and Peele was really popular when I was in high school, and like with my, like not just like the kids, but like the teachers.
Oh yeah,
So, like we'd be like gathered around someone's laptop watching, like my laptop, like watching it in the locker room, and coach would be like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" Like, like I was like, "Come break up the bullshit, right?" And then he's like, "What are you doing?" It's like watching Key and Peele. He's like, "Oh shit, let me in on that."
yeah. I think the most famous one, the name one.
Oh yeah.
He's like fucking up the names
Yeah, all that.
with my
They made, like,
prayers.
3 of those.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that and then like the old like college humor stuff, like
Mhm.
like the Jeggings series.
I like vaguely remember that.
It was that was more of a time and place. I think the Key and Peele ones aged really well. The college humor ones were like you had to be in the time and the place.
Makes sense. She's like, where did I go?
She really has a face like that. She's like, you didn't know, did you?
Okay, and then we do another one that goes here. This will go like this, and like this. Oh yeah, the babe with the power, voodoo, who do you do? What rhyme of the baby, crying hard as sheep could cry. Close curve. On baby blue. And then, what kind of magic spell to use? Lightning. Dance, magic dance, magic dance. Guys, want to know a fun fact? I've never seen this movie. I have never seen this movie. I like know the story beats of it, but I've never actually seen it. Boop, boop. Baby, how does it try? I think this fucked it up a little bit. My baby blue. What kind of magic spell to use? Magic dance, magic dance. Okay, now I gotta do the top. Dance magic. And this is like the same, but like inverted the other way. So this one will kind of go on top. Baby, the power, voodoo. Remind me of the babe. Magic dance, magic dance, magic dance. And then this one goes like, whoops. More lightning. Magic dance, dance, magic dance. I think I want to do it like this. I think this actually needs to be up. Alright, and then I'll make a thing. And then invert it. Make it green, please. Thank you. I like this song. Cherry, cherry lady, go into emotion. So you find it, nothing to your heart. Cherry, cherry lady, open to the ocean. Lady. The inner part is a different color than the outer part. Whoops. Oops. There we go. And then we do it again here. Close curve. Move the outside. Fit it up to the outline. So cherry, cherry lady, go into the motion. Where you find me, so listen to your heart. Cherry, cherry lady. Emotion. Cherry lady. That is not the right color. It's this one that goes underneath. And then this that gets scooted over and turned up. And this one that goes, oops. Cool. And this is the jacket. And then we do and then here, let me make it up like that. Actually, not like that technically. Okay, and then this is definitely a different color. Boop. It goes under this. I should just keep it on top. I might make this a little bit darker. Actually, I might make this color just match the rest of the hair, I think. And then this color. And then I'm just gonna put this in front of the hair. And Buster is now a double. Need assistance I can? Assistance? Assistance? Huh? I can help? Help with what? Is something off? Is something bad? Well, I might mess with one thing though, to be fair. I want to budge this down. What? Why is it not taking everything? Oh, I see. Turn that off first. It's if you need it. Well, if anything seems off, you can let me know. I think this might be a little off. Yeah, that's more star-like in my opinion. It needs to come in a bit still though. Cause like you're at a 3/4 angle, so this kind of like comes out. And then just need to fix these. And then this guy. Yeah, that's better. Okay. I mean, the only thing is that the pupils are supposed to be bright blue. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Let me just make this an accent color then. And then we can make these bright blue. Okay, there you go. There you go. Looking good, but do you like it? That's actually really cool looking. I actually really like the bright blue pupils. I might make this a little bit darker. More saturated, but darker. Like that. So it doesn't pop out as much as the pupils do. Pog. Very cute. Alright, let me save this for you, and then I will send it to you. And then I'm going to take a small break to do a little tism stuff. And then we go to video editing. There you go. Wait! 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 I forgot to turn off the extra square! Wait! That doesn't exist. That didn't exist. It's this square. It's my template square. That didn't exist. You didn't see that. Save. I took so long to create. I really like it. It's very unique. Like, I like it a lot. Especially the colors. The colors that you use, like, they just stand out so well. It's a very, very good color palette. Good job. Good job. I like it a lot. Okay. But I really like the design. Looks very cool. 10 out of 10. Okay, so I have other food mods. Oh. I kind of want to update these. Fuck it, we're updating them. Farmer's Respite. Did we get to that one? ABCD, I think so. Putting is that it is truly transparent. If you want, I can make it transparent. I don't mind. Something and I'm head over heels. Continuity, collector's reap. That's a compact. Quark oddity should be on. Necessary stews. Permanent sponges. This should be on. I thought it was about to go into the Thomas the Tank Engine theme song, and I got very confused. This one. And then this one. Now you don't have to. Okay. I like it a lot, though. I think it looks very cute. Alright, now we go back to co-working. I gotta readjust my desk. Because we got videos to edit. Because tomorrow we got a collab. What time is that collab, actually? What time is collabby tomorrow? Because I don't know if Shems is working the late shift or not. Okay, tomorrow is Moxia. Oso and a fruit bat. That'll be good. Alright, I gotta go over here. We're gonna start with V-stars. I think so. Just push it if you need. I just woke up from a dream. You and I. Fun fact, the word narcissist comes from the Greek word narcissus, a handsome hunter who fell in love with his own reflection in a pool of water. Yes! The term was first used in a modern psychology context in 1889 by German psychiatrist Paul Nack to describe a form of sexual perversion. Oh, all of this to say, I'm back, bitches! Welcome back, Echo. I love myself, you can tell. Good. I think a PPB will make me feel even better. What's a PPB? What's the P? What's the extra P? Lost in the way that they speak. I don't wanna do this anymore. You don't really know what you mean to me. Alright, this one, we gotta do the intro clip. That's where I'll follow. Okay. PBB. Peanut butter and butter? Question mark? Peanut butter banana. Yes! I love peanut butter banana sandwiches. Yes. People banana bob. PBB. Yeah. Nope, crop bottom. Where do I crop the bottom? This guy. Right next to you. Open! Hello, Norman! Hello, my love! How was Siege? How was Six Siege? Did you have fun? I didn't know you streamed. Do you have your whole name in a logo? I do, but I usually just use the evil one. Thank you for the song request. What's up? It was good. I'm glad. Thank you for the raid. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope it was your hang out with me. Let me find my logo. Usually, I just this me. Usually I use that one, but I do have an older one that has my full name on it. This one. Do you have to have your full name? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. No. As you can tell, no. No. My logo just has this. It's just this. Welcome out in. Sorry, I'm a bit stupid. Sorry, I'm just a little stupid. Thank you, yep. No problem. Boop. Wait, hold on. This one needs to come down a bit more so that way we're not covering her eyeballs. Crop bottom. Oop, I don't know where to crop it at the bottom. Thank you for the wellness check, Norman. And thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you very, very much. I think it's like right here. Oh wait, no. It's right here. So I've taken, I may have taken that one next to your name and turned it into 2. In my defense, I was bored. Oh, I see what's happening here. And then I need to copy and paste it again. Right here. And then, oops, uncrop it. Take this. They're talking about the one next to your name for the bits. They're talking about the bits. Crop bottom. Crop right. Okay. Mine. Oh, thank you for the bits. Don't forget to save your bits for other streamers too. Boop. Jesus, okay, I'm sorry. Goobs. Yeah, goobers. Just want to take out the part that doesn't have it. Okay, there we go. Effects, video transition. I want the zoom in one. Where is it? No. Tunnel V wipe. Box wipe. Crash zoom this one. Met fun while it lasted. I appreciate you nonetheless. Thank you for the lurk. They're lurking. No, let them lurk. Let them lurk. You goob. You're all goobs. And I love very dearly. Okay, there you go. Oh, thank you, Buster. You did not have to, but I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, thank you. Keeping the lights on. Let me do what I do. Mwah, 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 mwah. Vampire lovers. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck is that? The name of that band or song? What? That. The song request said no. I'll fix it. Oh, thank you for the bunnies on the hype train. Choo choo. Choo choo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Mwah, 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 mwah. All the shrimp kisses for everybody's in chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I am unbelievably thankful for all the gifties and the shubbies and the biddies every day. Thank you. Thank you for your noble sacrifice. Affection wars are a thing here. You know, they are a thing. And then I'll replace this to be at the end. Position log snapping. I want snapping, not position. A succulent Chinese meal! I love that. Get your hand off my penis! Boop, 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 boop. Save. I said I wouldn't buy any more of this one, but y'all making that hard. It's okay. It's okay. Save them for another streamer. Save them for another streamer. Or for when we do things like crowd control Minecraft. It's okay, friend. Save them monies. Save them dollarinos. Noxia, thank you for the gifting a sub. Thank you, Noxia's paying for. Oh, thank you, Noxia. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. Why is this broken? It's subtitle track. I shall save for 4 more days, but in November it's over. Okay, no savings November. You got it, buddy. I will not be able to participate because I'm already poor, but I will participate in spirit. Thank you for the biddy. Thank you for the biddy for enlarging the emote. I appreciate you. This thing is broken. My audio stuff is broken. I don't know why, so I'm gonna restart DaVinci. I gotta restart DaVinci. DaVinci, the pinkest. DaVinci, the pinkest. I'm just a little shrimp with a cowboy hat and it's loaded correctly, so I can be happy about that. All this should be loaded. All that will be loaded. DecoCraft is not, and Paladin Craft's not. Yes, thank you for gifting the subby. Thank you. And thank you for saying thank you. Mwah! I think Moiwa's coming here, and I think she is jealous. Okay, DecoCraft and Paladin's Furniture are the only ones. Thank you for the pennies, Kiwi. It's not a lovely emote. Shout out to Womble. Okay, let's get a shout out to Womble for making us the amazing emote. We made us that emote, our dancing emote, and our uppies emote. W emotes, amazing emote. I love you guys. I love you guys very much. Where'd the Vinky go? Why did Vinky not want to open? DaVinci. Brain got sleepy. Okay, so language English create. Oh, I'm sorry, Echo. I'm sorry. Chat is loving, just not in the way you expect. Dude, this is so crazy. Okay, we're gonna try doing it this way then. Because it's really weird that it's not working the way I want it to.
That's my chimichanga stand.
That's my chimichanga stand. V-stars. Sure, we'll just do it with that one. Actually, let's just use current text for now. And then we're going to go here, and we're going to default, and we're going to transcribe the audio. Get your money out. Hey, be nice. Oh, be nice. Why is it not transcribing like this first? I love the cowboy hat. Thank you. What the hell happened? It was a slash. I know, but I just gotta say it just in case. Add track mono, move track down. Okay, now transcribe audio. Maybe that'll help. No, it didn't. Why is it not helping? Delete track. Weird. Hot dog toga is throwing me off. Don't you love my hot dog toga? Don't you just love my hot dog toga? I think it's great. None of this is transcribing correctly. Delete track. Why is it not doing the job that I want it to do? Why? For why? Main audio is all the way up. Maybe that'll help. Maybe it's like there are too many. Nope. Okay. Link clips. Boop. Wait. There you go. Okay, so here, and then this is no, and then this is smack. Laughs and evil. There's laughs, I guess. The only. That's fair. V stars. We're a little. Sorry, we're a little competitive here, unfortunately. But we love each other. Ride. Back to doing art. Have fun with art. Whether it's. Thank you for the lurk. Whether it's reacting. Reacting to. Okay. Okay, now if I went back to the workspace and went to Snap Campaigns. Transcription, select track, subtitle 1, default, create phrase. Let's see. Okay, I'm hoping that transcribed correctly. I just might as well just do it now since I've already done it. Default, advanced. And punch, I throw is love. Good. Love throwing punches of love. Okay, so it did work. Oh, thank God. That stressed me out. Yes, there we go. Okay, cool. And then boop. Kitted her well. Okay. This one. B stars. Beep beep. What's this one? Okay. Go to the beginning. And we're going to make the colors different. Shading of this one to be green. Green. And then okay, and then this. And the outline. Actually, make that green. No. This one. No. I'm ooped. This one. Pick screen color. This one. Okay. Bullshit, thanks, Lay. For what? I'm back with not one, but two? Because carbs give me hugs, not to be confused with a PBL. Peanut butter lasagna? What? Some captions. Bin. Little cards. Subtitle 2. Maximum count 1. Create phrases. And then. Okay. Okay, delete track. Settings, we bring this one up. Sending you a link, sounds good. Give me 10 seconds. Apply. Cool. Okay. See the Shuma. Add track. Okay. Right there. Let me see. PBL. PBL. I think he's unbelievably afraid. No! Gross. 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 Yummy. Gross. No. Blech. I want. You can have all of it. This one. Link clips. Remove. Crop top. 78. 420, I think. Nope. Nope. This one. Retain. Less. Up. I like this part. 1, 2. Oh, I fucked it up already. 1, 2. And not that one. I'll do this one. I want the ending piece. Cover me in peanut butter, and I'll enter a room full of people with peanut and just to watch them run. Dad, that's evil. Echo. What if they take the risk anyway and they end up licking you, though? Would you be like, all right, I guess this is happening? Or would you be like, I kind of want this one here, if I'm honest. Yeah. Valorant. I want Valorant gameplay because she plays a lot of Valorant. It's looking good. I like that his ears are bent.
Yeah, I'll make them vegan bent. You snack or you want to?
Well, we have a for dinner. Kind of like a small snack. Like small.
Like a piece of fruit.
Yeah. Moo moo, hi Lude. I guess I'm satisfying their kink and they're fine. Well, I wouldn't say it's a kink. Maybe they're like, you know what? If it's my time to die and die to peanut butter, the thing I can't have because I'll die. I got my truck. Nice. Congrats. Then maybe they're like, you know what? It's my time to go. Orange. Maybe they're like, it's my time to go, and I'm gonna go out by tasting what peanut butter tastes like. You know? Maybe they're like, you know what? I just want to know what peanut butter tastes like at the end of my life, and they just taste it, and then they're happy because it's all they could have ever wanted. And people have licked me so much before, I probably wouldn't notice. But would you notice if someone keeled over dead? Hmm? Oh, 1, 2. Fucking love peanut butter. I'm glad. I also love peanut butter. Also, no. 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 Why not? I forgot what we're saying no to, by the way. But, okay. I eat peanut butter till I threw up. Okay, well, maybe don't do that. Because then maybe you won't like peanut butter anymore because you had too much of it, though. 1, 2. My favorite candies is Reese's. Valid. Valid. This guy gets it. I would. Oh. Okay, fair. That VTuber is hot. It's Lady Oka. She's very pretty. She's our guild leader. She's very pretty. Thank you. You peeled it. Hebe. Let's be respectful. Nah, she's pretty. Whether it's reacting to content. Where's that one? Where's the reacting to content one that I have? It's this one. Yeah, I love her character. Yeah, she's really cool. Go check her out, Lady Oka. It's literally Lady OKA. So, very easy to find, I believe. So, you should go check her out. She's very nice. Very nice. Very pretty. Elf women are pretty. If they were real, I'd die for them. I mean, there's a lot of people in real life that I think look like elves. I should make her bigger. Womp, womp, womp. Yappin'. Be respectful. That's valid. Playing RPG games. This one, Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy. No, I don't mean to do that. I'm sorry. We are respectful here. We are respectful of women because we respect women. We respect women. I want her reacting to him, though. Sure, I think that works. 1, 2. I come on the world. Apply, retain. Actually, if only they were real. Listen, women are real. And if they love you enough, they'll be an elf for you. They'll be anything you want them to be, really. I got a thing for monster mouth. Basically, if your teeth are sharp and if your mouth is misshapen, I'm here. I can't. Yeah, that's valid, though. Fair. Boop, boop. I think this one is similar to the ratio on this one. Or dwarf. Why are you calling me short? I don't want to be here anymore. I retire. I quit. I'm not even bearded. I'm not even bearded. Come on, man. I don't want to play anymore. Chat's mean. I fucking hate it here. Not really, but a little bit. A little bit. I don't like it here a little bit. Right now in this moment. Cries. She looks like a nice person. She is. She's very lovely. She's very lovely. Her whole aesthetic is very nice. That's the Persona clip. Which one's the Pokemon? Is this the Pokemon clip? Persona. I have Pokemon? No. I could have sworn I had a Pokemon clip. Alright. Well, it's not what I was hoping it was. Also, these are like 2 Persona clips back to back, which is unfortunate. So we'll do Lethal Company, link clips. Oh, wait, no, this one's more like this one, so this one has to be like this, and then we retain it. Yeah, my bones. Also, I very much appreciate you guys being respectful. Thank you. 1, 2. Oh no! Hi. Hey. Hey. Yo, go stream! You're streaming! Go away! No, I got you. I got you. Guys, go follow Lady Oka. No. Don't look at me! I look away if it's meant to be a surprise. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't suit. It doesn't have to be a surprise. It's just like, you know, you just happen to stumble upon me and, you know, it's just fucking... Hi. How's it going? Hi. I think you're really cool. Listen, I look away. Don't worry. Thank you. Not that it really matters, but I just shy. I love you. Mwah, 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 mwah. Thank you, Lady Oka. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, chat. Thinks you're gorgeous. Have a good stream, you goober. Oh, why is my file explorer being stupid? There you go. Go back to stream. Don't look at me. I'm a wish wimp. I forgot. What line are we talking about? Do I have Oreo Cupcake and Wandering Swordsman? Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. What is happening? Is my computer okay? I think my computer's dying. Hello? Hello? Maybe it's Da Vinci? Is it my laptop? Is it my keyboard? No. I can't alt tab anymore. Why can't I alt tab anymore? I can control alt delete. Why can't I alt tab? Okay, I'm gonna do something and I hope it doesn't break anything. Because I think Explorer.exe might have broken. Please don't break stuff. Please don't break stuff. Okay, we're good. I'm come from Oka's chat. Hello. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. I hope you're having a lovely motherfucking day. Honey bee. They even check-in. Honey bee. Okay. Back to the video. Wait, I thought of something funny to do. I still can't alt tab. I'm gonna scream. What is happening, dude? Why can't I alt tab? Like, if I click on Da Vinci, it'll open. Something's wrong with my file explorer thing. It's kind of annoying, but okay. I guess that's fine. I kind of want to do a thing. It is what I think it is. It is. Welcome back. Cropping. You just missed it. You just missed it, Lude. You just missed it. Lady Oka was here. Damn, dude. Back to my earlier Kuchisaka Ona beautiful. What does that mean? I feel like I've said a lot. I feel like I just said a lot of bad words. You just make me say a lot of bad words. Too many lovely people are in my chat right now. It's making me have a mental breakdown. I told her you were editing a video of her. Oh, why'd you do that? You didn't have to do that. Retain. Boop. Oh, she's pretty. That ghost is pretty. I do like that ghost. Rotate it. Okay, now. Ooh. And I told her not to question what I said about her character. Understandable. Yes, please be respectful, especially when you're in other people's chats, okay? I'm just saying that in general. This is not targeted at anybody. Okay, I just making sure, you know, that we're all being respectful when we're at other people's chat. This might be a little long. Be goob, be better. Yes, be goob, be better. Be goob, be better. Link clips. And then I want to remove this. Okay, cool. It hasn't moved? Bus? Oh no, I think it did. That makes sense. Something's broken. Oh! It fixed itself. It fixed itself. Guys broke it. Guys, you broke it. You're not being good goobers. It broke. It heard your blasphemy. There it is. How did I fuck this up? How did I fuck this up already, huh? This is supposed to go here. I got it, I got it, I got it. I got it. I want to scooch over a little bit. I kind of want to bring her down a bit. Focus on her. Okay. It's this one. Problem solved. Time to go home. Home? We're already home, though. Oh. There we go. Okay, do I have another Valorant clip? Because apparently the Final Fantasy one's supposed to go here. This can go here. Do I have another Valorant clip? Alt tabbing works again! Yippee! My headset's falling off my head. You know what? We're gonna take the Valorant clip that we have in the beginning and we'll put it here instead. And then time to go to another room. In the home then, whatever makes the joke work. Sounds good. Let's see, what do we have? Let me look at the Discord. We have oh, I should change that. Oh, well, we have the living room, the nook, the kitchen, and the backyard, so we can go anywhere. Backyard might be most suitable. Oh, we could use this one actually. Cause I like it because we have this one. Oh no, yeah, we could use that one at the end. Okay, cool. She's so pretty. Wait, we actually have more rooms? Yeah. Yeah. There may not be, like, awesome rooms, but we have rooms. That or they're just imaginary sections of the house, but I mean, like, can you really complain? I don't think I have this one in here yet. This one has same ratio as this one. I'll tell you what's up, you're a beauty queen, to be seen. Mama, what do you mean? Because I love food. Yeah, we do have a kitchen. It's specifically for... it. The fridge is specifically for any any content that you want to show me that maybe you want me to see while I'm streaming, and then the oven is specifically so you can show off any food that you make. Oh my god, that's funny. Or eat. I heard the song on the radio and it reminded me how much of a banger this song is. Such a good song, dude. Told me, be careful what you do. That was a very good meme, thank you. I'm gonna put that in my 3D background. I am very blessed. Fuck, how much you charging? For what? For what? 1, 2. And then... which is Unity Women's Guild. Did I use this one yet? I don't think so. Like clips. For food? Nothing? I mean, I'm not really doing much of the food stuffs. I'm just saying, like, we have pictures of food in the Discord. Apply, retain. Free food? I'm raiding your fridge. Go for it. The genius of my lover. Girl who thinks that I am the one. What's this video? It's just memes in here. You're welcome. You're welcome. That's why you gotta look in the oven, you goober. 1, 2. Oops. And then I don't think I've done this persona clip. This one's same ratio as this one, so this one retain. Billie Jean is not my lover. It's the girl who thinks that I am. You don't gotta stick your head in there. Just check it out. Check what's in there, you goober. That one, that one, that one, that one. Haven't done that one yet because that's for the end. That was the intro. We did that one. We did this one, this one, this one. This one, this one, this one. I think we've used all the clips, no? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17. We've only used 17 of them. Use that one. Use this one, this one, this one. This was the last one. I used this one, this one, this one, this one. Huh? I only get... no, I have 19. Which ones am I missing? Which ones am I missing? I don't have this one. No, we have that one. This one, 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 last one, this one, this one, this one, this one. How does that work? Maybe I count bad. Very possible. Fuck it, I got chocolate cake in the fridge. Yay! But how do I eat the food? You put the food in your mouth. Open wide, and you shove the food into your mouth, and then you chew. I don't know. I'm not really a mama bird, you know? I want it. That part. That's the ending. I got it. I got it. And this one will be longer. 1, 2, 3. Already? Oh my goodness. Been bambazzled. Chat tattled on me. Chat tattled on me. Actually, I don't want to talk to you, Dwarven Queen, my asshole, bro. Dwarven women are ugly. Get away from me. Dwarven women are ugly. I'm a goblin. I'm saying I'm the most beautiful in a contest of ugly.
Why can't you just take the damn compliment?
Because I could have been a queen of goobers. I could have been a queen of many things.
Goblins are more ugly than wolves.
Not in my world.
That sucks.
I will go back here. Good night. Have fun in the fork of the night. Dwarves are cute. You take that back. They're cute, but I don't want to be a dwarf queen. Be a gnome queen. I don't want to be a dwarf. I do not want to be a dwarf. I like dwarf men. I'm just not really into bearded women. Man, I'm sorry. I need more clips. And more clips. Garden gnome short. That's fine. You'd rather be a gnome? Yeah, gnomes are cute. Like, hold on. Are they not technically cuter? Like, okay. When I think of a dwarf woman, I think of this. It's just not my thing, okay? Are they? Because when I think of gnome women, wait, where's that movie? I think of this. This is what I think of a gnome. I know that not technically the same, but that's what I think of when I think of a gnome. It's not my fault. It's just the way I was raised, okay? I'm sorry. Download landscape. These stars. Like Oka. This one. Save. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. One, two. Yeah, and then we have room for one more clip. And then let's do a Minecraft one. 'Cause I love Minecraft. Does this not have an audio linked with it? I guess not. Apply, boop. I think I fucked that up a little bit, but I think it's okay. And these guys, okay, I can only do it one at a time. I forgot because it's an effect. Squisho mode. Okay. Boop. Hold on. I'm green. Hold on. I have to change. I have to change. Customized model. Oop, wrong one. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. I gotta put my hot dog suit on. Hold on. Hot dog suit. There we go. I'm a hot dog now. Always unflappable hot dog. I'm gonna modify the position of this a little bit more. There we go. Delete track. Okay, and then I just need this to scoot up just a little bit. Copy. Paste. Apply. Save. Now I gotta get some music. Doop. Video editing resources. This one. Nom 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 nom. Sorry, I realized you can hear it. Sorry. Hello, Compact. Welcome on in. No. I think this one's fine. Tell that we are gonna be friends. I have a spoon in my hand. I can't. I would do the highlight. Also, tomorrow I'm gonna be hanging out with Miu. And we're gonna play Outlast Trials at the start of stream, just to let you guys know. But even if I'm streaming with my friends, don't be afraid to say hello, okay? Brussels sprouts taste good. Gang leader. Crimbo. Nom 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 nom. I'm a big boy, says the 3-inch tall man. It's okay, I'm 3 inches too. It's okay, I understand. Did I say that? Adventures, not Avengers. Boop. Adventures. Miss. Capiche. But okay, for sure. That's valid. I think I'm average height for what I am, but I'm 5'2.5". But it's okay. Because height doesn't really matter at the end of the day because we have tools to help us get through taller places. And if anything, being shorter is better because you need less sustenance. And you won't hit your head on doorways. Alright, it'll be highlight time. As for men, I should specify. My comments are still valid. That's very true. That's true. They won't ask you because they're like, they're probably. It's fine. They don't need help. Short is better. I'm great at hiding. Exactly, bro. Like, how well do you think a tall person's gonna hide in a zombie apocalypse? Let's be real. I like that. Oh, he got knocked out. That's so funny. Scare the shit out of my friends. Fuck yeah. I might keep this whole intro bit. I might speed it up just a bit. Change speed to 150. And then 1, 2, 3. And then do like that. See how that looks. Review. Man, Noki is good, man. I like Noki. One, two. I like clips. Zoom out a little bit. This is so beautiful. I wish someone would draw me as Chowder. I want to be Chowder so bad. Let's do this one. This is a threat. What? What? I'm not threatening anybody. When did this become a threat? Chompa chompa. Chompa chompa. Scoot. Okay, and then at the very end, I know that I want this video. Guess what? What's up? What do I do? Let's see. This is 1, 2, 3. Chicken bug. No! No! I don't want it. I don't want it. I do not agree with this. Star, no. Link clips, remove. Oh, guys. I'm being biggled. Remember when? I like that. 1, 2. 2 more scenes, and I can compile everything together. Woo! I'm so proud of you. Good job, Star. All the booty in the chat. So true. Ow. I got gnocchi. I have creamy cheese and gnocchi. It's really good. I just wanted to finish eating it before it got cold. Because sometimes after stream, I want to bite. You can have as many bites as you want. We have extra in the kitchen. Sometimes if I don't eat right away when I'm given dinner, I will forget. And then I don't, and then it gets cold and then I get sad. One, two. Oh, look at all those booties. Look at all those booties. Okay. I want, where's the goober? That was a goober life. Okay, this one can go here. This one. And then this one. For me, I have to remind myself to have dinner, otherwise I'll forget. That's understandable, too. Well, remember to eat dinner, because I ate dinner. Let me just scoot back a little bit. Okay, I think we're good on the border stuff now that I got good examples. Oh my god, I love Crimbo's art. I need Crimbo to draw me someday. Please. Need a commission, Crimbo. The Moon Knight series introduced me to the song. Now I love it. Same! Same. I love Moon Knight. And then this one. down into my shadow, grasping onto every breath as I wait the deadly night. So scary, but you can't give in to this fear of pumpkin carriages. Like Moon Knight from Marvel, yeah, because he had a TV show, and that was the introductory song. Oh, dreams, yeah, baby, your nightmares too. That's where I'll find you. And I will touch the stars and use them on display like paper. The second to last episode had me bawling. I never finished it. I need to finish the show. I think I was on like I didn't watch the last episode. Ever in you, letting you above you patiently, just like a shining moon. Symbol rises to the surface of the crimson sweetness that I have merged deep within. So your destiny isn't so immutable. Everything that you can dream. Watch it. I will. I promise when I have time. I'm sorry. It's just so much work. Sniffing and sobbing wasn't pretty. No, I get it, but it's nice that you're in touch with that side of yourself, you know? And my everything. Reason I go on in this captivity eternally. Voice and call for me. For you, my dear, wherever you may go. 1, 2, 3. From this entering curve. Bum, 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 bum. Times when no one believes in me and their touch. Like I'm degrading. 'Twas a rare crisis, but a welcome one. Feels good to cry. Keychain. Okay. Keychains. Add track. Detailed illustrations. This one was cool. Add track. Even V card design. So you already have. Boop. Boop. I'm back. Welcome back. I missed you. How you doing? Look up, very Buenina. Good. It's going good. We're on our second to last video of the night. Here I am. Okay, I gotta start with. Let's start with this picture then. Boop. 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 And this one. Hell yeah, I gotta finish my last commission of this batch as well. I believe in you. Open up them commission slots so you can either take a break or take on more commissions. Given enough. Always the fool with us. Boop. And then this one here. So it'll go. Gotta get them calm so I can feed my art addiction. Mood. Mood on God. He's the fool with the slowest. One, two, three. I'm kind of giving it more time because I want it for people to digest the art more. Whereas with V stars, I kind of just want more stuff happening in general. Because I think it like helps viewer retention. There's like art stuff may need a bit more time for people to digest. Oh. One, two, three. And then this one, 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 this one. Like clips, think boop, 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 boop. One, two, three. Oh. Okay, I think that was three. Because I want this next clip to be another art clip. Good thing having artist friends is that I can do trades for edits for art. I wish I could do that. I had a friend that maybe wanted that, but she got busy. I don't know what I'm looking at right now, but it's okay. Oh, I get it. I kind of want the zoomed in version. Hide the tetas in the background. Grimbo's hiding the goods. Unrelated, but God, I love my hair. I take one shower with generic shampoo and Sundays. Yes, bro, same. Oh my God, I love how soft my hair is. I have to take a shower tonight because I think my hair is a little oily. Trading edits for your art or trading art for your edits? Trading edits for art. Trading edits for art. I didn't use this one yet. And then apply, retain. We're gonna scoot it over. Okay. I want to zoom in on his face a little bit more on this one because the model's really cool. 1, 2. Boop. And then this one. Oh, I'm putting a lot of these like alternate model clips together. I didn't mean to. Apply, retain, scoot. Poop. I'm gonna do this one here, move this one over here. Why does my heart cry? Feelings I can't find. Lovely to meet you. Us don't deceive me. I love you. Link clips. It's always a good option when your homies have a tight budget. My stylist always compliments my hair. It's good for dyeing, styling. It's a nice touch. I almost let no one touch it because I love it so much. Plus, I like personal space. No, that's valid. Do you have like light colored hair or do you have like darker hair? Because I have black hair and my stylist that I had before kind of didn't do the greatest job of dyeing my hair because I wanted platinum blonde strips, but it's okay. Page, flip. And then this one. But I want to actually I want to turn these down a little bit. They're a little loud. Keychain, illustrations. It's a slightly dark brown. That's valid. Yeah, that would be better because it's a better base than I'd say. Because with blonde, if you go all the way black, you know, it's kind of hard to, like brown's a good base in my opinion. Brown's a good base. Pog. Okay, that looks good. Okay. I just need to get music for this one. This one. And I'm gonna do a little tism thingy. 1, 2. Wait, turn all these on. Turn on. Okay, hold on. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Every color I try looks good on me, even after fading into a different color. That's valid. That also means you have a good, like, tone, undertone in your skin. God damn it. I knew you well. Our common goal was waiting for the world to end. Nope. Oh, did I turn on Deco Crafts? You can mend. Hold on. Shave, chest, and drip. I did. This one off. I'll give you up every time, every time. Nah. Ooh, 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 you. Ooh, this is good. I'm sorry. I just realized you guys can hear this. I'm sorry. Hold on. Save. Sorry. Should be noted, I only dye the top of my head, so the sides always look as a good. Ooh, that's valid. Good choice. You had an automobile, a minimum wage. Outer space. Cool. Snap captions. Love on a wire, fill you up every time, everyone. Ooh, who's away? Ooh, of all I want. You know what? The snap captions probably didn't work last video because I didn't update my DaVinci. I think I'm missing an update. So that makes sense, actually. Cool. I'm just gonna close this just so the cache isn't too heavy. Oh, my internet must have blipped. I don't understand why it's like being funky. Yeah, I do this one. Did I have all the pictures for this one? I don't actually remember. Video editing. I don't. I don't. Let me re-download that picture of the pixels of me. It's your boy Chunky little Chow Chow. I love Chow Chows. Oh, my neck. Holy shit. Save. Okay, cool. Am I forgetting something? I'm not. Cool. On the ground and you move forward. Make you proud. Oh, I'm running after something, trying to catch my ghost running. I feel like I'm forgetting something and it's stressing me out, bro. It's stressing me out. I think it's just, I feel like I'm forgetting something because I've done work. I did work last in the day, whereas I usually do work like video editing, commissions, and then art. But today I did commission, art, video editing. Why did I open Maya? What? Oops. Oh boy, have Pat. Who's our streamer right now? Oh, that is Parson. The sun goes up and the sun goes down. It's on the ground. Oh, we still have a video to do, but I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Oh, I'm running out the cover, trying to catch my clothes. Okay. This one. I'll roll up my sleeves. I'm getting warm. I'll just keep on chasing shadows of you. Oh, perfect. Okay. Clip operations replace. Each one. And then keeping you in fact, keeping you invest. I'm a hurt. Play another verse. I can be your sanctuary. I'm the only one right now. It all turns down more than power, more than gold, more than take me a heart. Now I'm here for your soul. The only one who loves your sins. The voice gets underneath your skin. Little higher. Oh, this one. I don't like the balance of this one. I never heard most of the song. Never heard most of the songs popping up, but I'm jamming to all of them. I'm glad. I'd like to say I have a pretty good taste in music. Idol got me going viral. I'm a believer. Sure, that's fine. It all inside. Anyway, that I had earlier was just a Guima trying to get. Yeah, on God, can't let Guima get you. You cannot let Guima get you. He's a bitch. A little quiet. Can I get the mic a little higher? Goblin. Oh God, let music make your soul happy. Oh yeah. This is S exclamation point. And then window. Not so bad, not so bad. Pog, okay. This one, and then oh my god, this is so big. Whoop. Oh me, and it's not so bad, not so bad. Rotate, put it here, cause I can. Scoot it so it aligns. Everything aligns. We are hunky dory. We are hunky dory, chat. Think I'm a lurk unless a topic up. I think it's something like no problem, no sweat. Yeah, just feel free to vibe. Honestly, we vibe a lot here. We're just kind of chilling with each other, existing with one another. Oh, my Minecraft loaded. Yippee! Okay. I closed it. I closed it. God damn it! Did you know roll for fun behind life? I'm trying. Okay, so it was this one first. Okay. And then I'm gonna like center myself on the screen, I guess, because that's like, fuck it. I really only talk about myself in the beginning, so. There you go. Okay, and then the puggy baby. The pug with the long tongue. And then boop boop. And then Griffin Maith. What do you mean? Oh. Wow, the video's not long enough. What do you mean? I think I liked it or I favorited it. Oh, they gotta have more. They gotta have more. Wizard Hat Miles. Oh shit, it's Wizard Hat Miles actually. Oh, so this is the guy. The guy's named Urban Hat Miles. Oh, it is. Or Wizard Hat Miles. Cool. Okay. I don't know if we'll keep the original one, because now that I have the introductory one, which I think has more area of Yeah, we'll keep both, I guess. Okay, what about like that? I think that would be better. Okay, and then we do this, and we do crop 79, 131. Save, and then we go here. No, I can't click the buttons because I am open. I am open. I like that meme audio. Oh, create phrases. Whoops. Default, advanced settings. Is there not one for just remove periods? I guess not. Weird. That's really all I remove. Ooh, I gotta move myself just a little bit. I'm a little too low. There we go. Save. Alright, I think we got it all done, chat. I think I did it. I think I finished her on up. Oop, I almost checked off the wrong thing. Boop. And then tomorrow we do Did You Know and Roll for Fun. Alrighty, work done. Work is done. We finished workies. Did you finish your workies? You were pretty close, right? And delete, so it should be 610. Still working. Are you close to being finished? Delete cells, shift up. Delete cells, shift up. Okay. It's all good and rainy. I got all the nice boop-a-doo. I be beep 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 boop 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 boo. Somewhat understandable. Well, I hope you have a good luck with that. And if you want to show me the final results, feel free to DM me on Discord. I think I'm going to call it for the night. My back hurts a little bit from sitting in this chair all day long. So I'll send you to the one and only Lady Guild Leader, Lady Oka, because she's playing Pokemon. She's playing Pokemon Zaw. She's playing Pokemon Zaw, brother. So we're going to go raid them. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me. Here's the raid message. I hope you have a wonderful night. Tomorrow, we're going to be playing Outlast Trials with friends. So don't be afraid to say hi or chat to me while I'm streaming with my friends. I understand that it can be a bit overwhelming when there are multiple people, not just me talking and music. So I understand, but don't be afraid. I got you. I have time for you. Always. And then we're going to be doing drawing more emotes. And then video editing, and then maybe, if we have time, some Minecraft. It's either going to be Minecraft. Yeah, it's probably going to be Minecraft if I have time. But thank you guys for hanging out with me. Here's the raid message. Feel free to use it, but you don't have to if you don't want to. I love you guys very much. I already did the raid message. I'm a goober. But thank you. Happy Neoma rated you today. See you later. See you later, Echo. I hope to see you guys again. And yes, thank you so much for the raids, everybody. It means a lot to me. Have a wonderful night. Mwah, mwah, mwah.